Oh, Cato disappoint. So yeah, basically, just got to kick the El Gato. 2 secs. Wake up. It's not waking up. I have to poke him. And there. How are we looking? Hey, we're back. Okay. So, it's 4 o'clock on the 8th of June. It's a Sunday. We're starting 4 hours early today, so I'm not expecting huge crowds, so I do appreciate every one of you that got the ping and had the time to come along. Hello, Control Alt Art. Hello, Apolloni Art. Sorry if you're watching later and expecting your usual 8 p.m. broadcast. We're probably still going to be here, but you will have missed a bit and you'll have to watch it later. So hello to you if you're now watching it on the second run. Don't forget, if you're watching live or if you're watching later, we have the Discord join link. You can go ahead and see all of the latest stuff. So there's a few things I've been doing since the last show last night. Let's see now. Where do we start? Okay. The album that we were working on yesterday, that's done. It's published. It will be coming out next Sunday because you've got to give a week for the Spotify to catch up with, there's a lot of people pushing music. So, but yeah, so that will come out, and I've released the first 3 tracks from the album as like a little preview, right? Brazilian Beast. So Trap Tune, Brazilian Beast, and VHS Violence, all good tracks. And then I created an API for training the WAN. Remember, I was working on that and I said, oh yeah, there's no time to do this live, but it'll be done most likely. It's done. So I get to show you that. Now, obviously, you can use that to create a boilerplate WebUI. Now, you might want to add a bunch of extra features to it. Do you see where I'm going? This is why I'm like, this is a boilerplate. It does work, but, I'm not like selling it or anything, okay? The beauty of it is you get to use your API key at file or replicate. I've done one for both. So, oh yeah, spoilers. I'm getting ahead of myself. So we're going to be showing off a WebUI. So let's go ahead and jump into my thing here. Yes, Gorilla's ready. Yeah, should we show that actually? That was actually super cool. I want to show that off. I don't care. Where's the gorilla? He's not in this feed. Okay, so let's just run down before we look at that. So DJZ WAN Replicate offers training and inference for 720 14B. So you can train, and then, well, with a little bit of changes, because you have to change the address of the model. Essentially, there's a drop-down menu that allows you to choose a LoRa. It's quite cool like that. So obviously, if you've got the LoRa on Replicate, so if you train the LoRa on Replicate, you can add it to the thing. So this is it's kind of like, there's always caveats, right? But it was actually cheap and fast, which is something you don't normally get. Cheap, fast, and good quality. Very strange. And I also found, in fact, let's just show you that model real quick, shall we? So we're actually missing the model here. Come on, refresh. Okay, so we saw Spider-Man sparring yesterday. We got a new one. This one's called DJZ Mountain Racing again, but this one's actually good. It's better than the last one, right? We trained the style using the middle frame option and the effect using repeat frames. Now, can you see the difference? That actually looks like the GTA 5 footage it was trained on. So we can actually get real close, much closer than we could get with the Civet Trainer. And I think it's just a question of the recipe. But that's this is as legit. I mean, it's a bit derpy, okay? But that's not a problem. You just need to do a bit of tricks. But then on the other side, of course, we've got this one, which is super easy to use. yeah. So like I say, right, let's just see what we can do here. I'm going to get on with it because I was messing around with all this stuff and it all worked out. So the repos are actually up already. So what I'll do is we'll do VO3 in a minute because I'll have to add some credit to it. Because it is expensive to do the video generation. It's cheaper than a lot of places though. It's actually cheaper than the Flow thing, which I'm subscribed to, which is kind of ironic. But that's what happens, you know, 1 week later. Obviously you still have to pay for it. So let's get into that. So I'm going to take the DJZ-WAN Replicate WebUI. I recommend that you fork it and then get an LLM to change it to your specs. So maybe you want to do like upscale interpolation after the fact. So when you get the video back, maybe you want to do some processing with it. I don't know. Anyway, the point is you can change it if you've got it all, but you can't change it if you're using someone else's thing. Now, we're still going to be using a couple of other people's things on Replicate. That's okay. I think it proves that, you know, you can pull this off. So it does come with both things. It comes with the video generator and the LoRa trainer all in one. So we're going to git clone it. So I got a fresh VS Code here, right? We're going to say git clone and bring it down. Now, one thing I do is I immediately reopen the project with this as the root because it just makes everything easier. There's a lot of things like that will be relative pathed and it's just a funny thing about it, but there it is. So we open it up. Here we are. We're in the thing that we git cloned, okay? And I think we'll look at the LoRa trainer first. So there is a README that comes with it. And you can go ahead and read that, but it's all AI generated based on, you know, there's information in here that's useful, but each one has its own README. Okay, so they're self-contained. So we'll do the LoRa trainer first, and I'll show you how it works. So there's the installation. Look, we've already your username. I should get that as a t-shirt. So simply put, we have to get in this folder. So cd space WAN tab and then npm install. This is like the easiest install. Obviously you have to have npm, but there are many guides for that. If you don't have npm, you should definitely have npm and node installed on your development machine just because. So, ooh, what's this? Am I out of date? A new major version of npm is available. Okay, my main PC is behind my laptop. I do all the development on my laptop, so actually this is fine. I want to test it with an old one. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Now, as you can see here, you do need to put your environment variable. Okay. What's this say? Copy env example env. I don't think that exists, my guys. So that's a problem. I thought I included an empty one. Oh, here we go. We've got one here, right? So what we'll do... Who's messaging me? Oh, it's the almighty Bread. All right, I'll hit him up. I'll say live and congrats. He fixed his car. Good stuff. I'll talk to him later. So, oh, now I gotta mute it. Okay. So anyway, yeah, he's excited. You would be too if you had your car back on the road. There's nothing like it. Okay, let me see. If I go here, copy this. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to create. So obviously if I'm in the WAN LoRa trainer, if I hit the new file button, I can just go .env and then paste it in. Now obviously this is a placeholder. right, you're going to have to get your token from Replicate. So, taking bets. How long until they expose my poor API key? Obviously, I'm going to go and edit it off screen, but like, you know, it's a matter of time until I get exposed. Usually what happens is he'll like, I need to read that file, and he'll automatically open it and just show everyone. So I'm going to make a special key just for today, which is what you always should do if you like live streaming. Right. Pardon me. Reveal. Exposed. It took less than 60 seconds. No, I'm joking. So we're going to open this in an editor that shouldn't come up on the screen. Yeah. And then I'm going to have to go over to Replicate. And then get my key real quick. So give me a second, guys. See, the video quality is pretty good. The, you know, output from the trained law is nice. We were looking at this yesterday. So, yeah, let me just steal this screen real quick. Oh, where is my API gone? Let's create a new one. We'll call it Live Discard. Create token. Take that. There you go. So I've got it's going to get deleted. All right, we've done our best, but basically we now have it. We now have it. So, do you know what? I think it would be better to actually use a GitHub secret so that it's encrypted, but I don't know, or so that it's not even in a file. So you use it as an environment variable, but I haven't, do you know what I mean? That's like an additional side quest, which I haven't completed, let's say. But I think that instead of doing this .env thing, where if I click on it accidentally, or if the AI shows it, you know, obviously if you're not live streaming, it doesn't even matter, right? The point is having it offline and then not having it even in the file is even better. So I think there's ways of doing like, hey, guess what? This is what we're all about, you know? So let's just bring that tab back and get into Claude. And I'm going to say, I noticed, here we go. I noticed when I use my API, I must have an .env which sets my API key in the project root. We can improve security. What was the default? The default, it looks like this. Okay. What was it? By default, we use this in the .env file, where we, of course, note this is not the real API token. This will be added by the user. Okay, right. Then problem. So then the problem, right? Problem is we often might share this file or show its contents during screen sharing. So we can improve security by using GitHub secrets approach. By using GitHub secrets approach to set the environment variable without there being any local file. We can write out a tutorial document named migration to secrets.mv. Okay. Detailing the changes needed to convert a Node.js app which is using the .env method to load an API key to using the env secrets method. We'll leave it like that. Because like I said, it's like I read about it once and never did it. This is the funny thing. Often you'll read about a thing and you're like, I have this vague memory of this thing. Let's see if he can do it. So I'm just dreaming things I don't even know exist. To see, here we go. Node, yeah, it currently uses an env, yeah. New repository secret. Ooh. But how does that work locally? Man, that's cool. And yeah, we're just doing a bit of a chill out show today, so glad you could join me. But yeah, this is actually pretty mega. There's only one thing which I need to change with the replicate WebUI for the trainer, and that is I'm not creating a replicate repo in the WebUI. You have to go and create an empty one to make it work. But I want to replicate that, start a train. We're probably gonna reach. Do you know what? I think we're gonna retrain with effect. I need to find my data set for what's his name? I keep saying Charlie Chaplin, but it's not Charlie Chaplin. Hello, Kurt Curtis. Welcome. Hello, Zeus. Welcome. So glad you could all join us. We're doing a whole bunch of cool stuff today. See, the thing is, what we're actually looking at is taking the WebUI away. So at the moment, if you want a WebUI, you have to go and download one. You have to go and use someone else's website. And I'm okay with using the APIs because it's essentially the same, isn't it? Steps, CFG, prompt. We know what model it is. And up until now, we've been kind of like, oh, well, you can't use your LoRa. Yeah? And so what this allows you to do... Buster. Yes, Kirk. Thank you. Buster Keaton. We're going to retrain Buster Keaton. So what I'm thinking is this enables us to download. So you can download this. And you can have an LLM change, because this is the index, okay? So it's set up to be able to just do the generation or the training run, right? And then when you've got your training run, you can modify the generator to work with your model. We're going to go through all of that stuff, okay? But the thing is that what's interesting about this system is that it gives you everything you need, and then... Oh, I want to add something. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I want to add this. I want to add that. You can't do that with other people's WebUI. You can do it with this. So I'm treating this like a boilerplate. And anyone can use it. So you git clone it. You go to replicate. You put your key in env without showing the world. And like I said, at the moment, I'm just sort of like having a little bit of a side quest. Because I'm like, oh, I don't like this env thing here. It's kind of... It's okay if you never live stream, and it's okay if no one ever uses your computer. But if you're on a shared computer, or if you live stream, or if you do screen sharing, if you accidentally click on that, it's going to show the world. And I can just delete the key, right? I've got the keys right here. I can just... gone immediately. Oh no, I exposed it. Delete, make a new one, right? So it's not the end of the world, but I'm lazy. So... this is my idea. My idea is to change the project. Now, obviously, this is like a big change. Okay, we've written like a document that's going to help my AI do it. But it looks like there's actually a lot that you need to do here, man. Does this even work locally? It looks like this only works on GitHub. replicate API token, replicate API token. But the thing is, if I said to you, oh, just sign into GitHub, and then if you have the secret, which is called this, it will pull it from there. That's actually fine. But I don't know if that's what it's doing. I don't know, like... Okay, handle local development. Option A, keep env for development only. See what I mean? It's like a development thing. So I want to see if I can use production. Oh, here we go. Use environment variables directly. Set environment variables in your shell. This is the method I want to show people. Why would you do that? Then you're back to square one. Whatever. So actually, I think I can just run this with my key in the command line. And then I don't need the file. Let me ask the question. Okay. Because it might be that simple. I think it actually is. If I run this command and my valid API key is your token here. I want that to be my actual API key. Okay, is your token here. Okay. Is the .env file even required? Because I got a feeling that it might not be. And then it's just like, yeah, run that command, delete the file, no more problem. Ah, there's a small syntax issue. What's that? What have I done? What's the syntax issue? I forgot to set a new line or something? What did I do? Well, that's what I... Oh, okay, yeah, no new line. No new line. He was annoyed with the fact there was no new line. Okay, cool. So, actually, I don't even need that file. And I could just run that command. It's time to test it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, where is this thing? It's here. It's here. Okay. 2 seconds. I'm gonna give it a blast. So literally just export that. You have to put quotes into it. Okay. Okay, let's try this because this is better. I feel this is better. So let's make a new terminal. And say, because that's the other thing. Then it's going to be in my bash history. So if I press up, it's going to show the replicate key. Ah, see? And then they get you. So, ooh. So there's no way out. There's no way out. You just have to get busted with your stupid API keys all the time. What about if you did bash? So then it doesn't show the key in the. I'm like, this is so silly. This is so silly. Oh dear. Because basically it's like no matter what I do, I'm going to end up exposing the API key no matter what. One way or another. It's gonna happen. All right, we'll try it this way, and then I'll basically like, yeah, good times. All right, export my thingy. Are you sure I really need the quotes though? Because I'm sure I don't really need the quotes. .env because there isn't one. I don't know, guys. I'm just going to leave it alone for now. I need to test this. It looks like a great way to break everything. And I know it all works right now, so... let's nice, cool side quest, bro. But yeah, so there is a way to do it, but... Look, it says you can also run your app with environment variables in a single command. So you can just type it in. But then again, you know what I mean? I'm typing it in. I don't really want to be typing my API command into the thing every time, because then it's in my bash history. See, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Who cares? The point is, if it's on your system and you don't show it to anyone, which I probably will by accident, you'll be fine. So anyway, what do? Once we've got it, we run it. Zeus, brute force solution, recognition, the windows that can contain API key and generate blurred area over it. Yeah, that's true, yeah. It's the privacy screen with a 1 second delay. Or whatever. Just quickly hit like a panic button, have a single button keyboard plugged into the stream box. And just hit that if something goes wrong, and it just puts like emergency coffee time for unrelated API code reasons. That could actually work though, you know, not being funny. Oh dear, but anyway, as I'm saying, we're doing our chill out Sunday stream today, so a little bit slow and loose. Hey, is this one of the new tracks? It is! This is off the new album. How'd you like that? Playing it early on the radio all week until the new album comes out next Sunday. Yes. But yes, I think I need to get the panic button, don't I? We'll have to buy one. Anyway, let's get back into it. No slacking. We might be going slow today, but we're not slacking, okay? So, like I say... you can go ahead, download this, fork it, do whatever you want with it. Good times. I was about to bring this thing back, and it literally had my API key on it. I keep on saying it's such a danger. It's like a bear trap. If I push up now, it'll just immediately show everyone the key. It's great. But yeah, so we just need to do npm start, I think. All of that nonsense, eh? Oh. Well, that's not good. Didn't we already do this one? Did I forget to do that one? Oh, I'm not in the right folder. Yeah, that helps. It helps to be in the project folder if you want to run the thing. Don't press up! See, I was about to press up. The trap is real, guys. So we got our environment variable set up in there. We've got our API key in there. I'm doing my best not to expose myself again. Yeah, allow it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, and then we can control click on that. And then we get this beauty. Oh, look at that. It's what we were making yesterday, but it works now. And it's got extra stuff. So I made it so you can train image to video or text to video. You can also train 1.3 or 14 billion. And this is the bit that's interesting. We've exposed this video clip mode. Now I believe this is something like head mode and uniform mode. Remember how we were looking at the different types of learning? Hey, Banguelo, welcome to the stream. So we're just looking at my boilerplate WAN LoRa trainer, which is built in Node.js, and it uses a replicate API for the back end. It's using somebody else's I was trying to show how when you go on to replicate, don't worry, it's censored. When you go on to replicate and you go on to trainings, if I go to this guy here, ZSX Kib WAN LoRa trainer, this is the guy that's running the actual trainer, right? And if you actually look here, you got Node.js. So you can take this code in combination with copy page for LLM at the top here. Check this out. This is so cool. Boop. Tell me how to run this model with the thing. and they've got a text file available. Man, this is the future. And like I said, so I did this, and then I added additional context by adding not this bit, which is probably actually all you need. It's probably better than what I did, but I'm trying to keep it simple. So this is like the standard way of doing it, you know? So we import this into our app and everything else. Then blah, 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 blah. Right, now there's one thing. It requires, because obviously this is running in a website, so when you upload your data set, it will be actually on that cloud server. And so they're doing like a web link. So it's not like you don't upload the file, you actually use a web link. So to get around that, Hugging Face. Hugging Face. Let's just go there. Hugging Face. I've got so much history. Hugging Face. Where's my data set? No, not here. Where's my data set? Where's my data set? Do you know what? The UI is a nightmare. Is this going to show me all data sets in the universe? Yep. Where's my data set? Show me my profile. I haven't even got that much stuff. What? Data sets. Hey! So I've started uploading data sets. What's it doing? I don't even know. Right, so anyway, then you can get this link, which is an actual, do you know what I mean? If we go, no, not there, but if we go to files and versions, we can get this. It's a pickle. My zip is a pickle now, apparently. So anyway, we can get that link and we can put it in, not there. We can put it in there. Obviously, I'll take off the download tree. You don't need that bit. There. But it gives you, because the thing is, I couldn't use GitHub, because GitHub has file size limits. He couldn't even take a 65 megabyte zip file. I was like, sad panda. So ultimately, Hugging Face datasets is literally what they built. This is what they built it for. So this is my 720p V0 drift video dataset. So that would be the one that was used to train this model and this model. This model looks more like the Ground Truth, a video game. This one was trained lightly just to get the concept of the motion, and it's making proper cars that do the same stuff. You see? So this is like a style transfer technique for training small LoRa's on clips. I've got thousands of gaming videos going back 20 years, because I was here when YouTube started, and I've been pushing out stuff forever. So I've now been raiding my archives. It's so funny. I'm just like, oh, we spent all this time trying to find good data sets, and it's like, it's all on my old YouTube. It's on one of them. I'm probably going to do some like first person space combat, because I got a bunch of that as well. I think it'd be funny. Anyway, because like when we did this with the early models, everything came out like backwards and all mutated, and now things are actually starting to, it's actually super accurate. Like that actually does look like GTA 5 at night. The camera's a bit jerky, but it was a decent drift. So anyway, like I said, we've been doing a whole bunch of stuff, and I wanted to show you, like, this is how I've been doing it. I haven't been doing it locally. I haven't been doing it with Civitai lately, because their video epochs came to crash at 1 or something. I don't know what's going on. I think they need to, I don't know what's going on. Like, I do a lot of video training, a lot of model training, and this is now my favorite way to do it. And it's so good, I decided to make a custom UI, because I thought, oh, maybe we could add some extra bits and pieces. Now, is it perfect? No, but this is 2-shot LLM output. It's 2-shot output here. So I can't really be like, oh, this is, oh, that's why I'm giving it away. So anyway, the only caveat to this, and it's because I need to change the function, we're going to try and do that in a minute. It just loads something that already exists. You see what I mean? It doesn't actually allow you to create a new one because it's basic. It's just a basic field right now. But I think I've got a code snippet that will show me how to make this create a new one if it doesn't exist. It's just a little bit trickier. So to get around that, like I say, I just go to replicate and make a new empty thing, which is going to be Buster Keaton in this one, right? So, and look at this. Look at all the stuff I've done. Look at all the stuff. I've trained so many video models and all this. $21. $21. And look at the look. It took, what was it, for trainings. Look at all these trainings, all these videos, $21. And the joke is like, where is it now? Some of these models were like, look, it took 20 minutes. That last video model took 20 minutes. So it's fast. And then you don't pay as much, because I think it's like loads of H100s. So yeah, it makes sense. And as you can see, look, here's my API jobs. Look, there's my API train. So yeah, success. I was like super happy with this, because it's usually a right pig to get this all set up, but it was like painless. So anyway, what I need to do is I need to create a new project. So I go to models and I just create a new model, and I'm going to call it Buster. We're going to call it Buster. But we need to like do it with numbers. Yeah, Keaton. K34TON. Yeah, Keaton style. Or in fact, we'll just do Keaton V0, because we can do the style from both. Oh wait, no, the first one will be styled, yeah. V0, no, we'll do effect first, because it's more impressive. Alright, cool. You can put it on public, it's fine. Choose your hardware. Hell yeah. So like I said, look, you want to get you want 8 H100s? A100s even? I'm just going to take the H. You know, it's fancy enough for me. And then for the thing here, just say you don't know what you're doing. Just be honest. All right, so there it is. We now have our thingy, so we can copy that from the top. And then we go back to mine, because obviously if you were using their trainer, it's the same deal. If you're using the form, you would be putting in the thing. It's just this one has the ability to create a new one as well. That's what I don't have yet. And load all the ones you have as well. So this is like, it's annoying, because if you look in here, it doesn't have any of that. It's like, oh, that's your problem, mate. Figure it out. Read the other docs. And I will. But like I said, until then, this actually is working, and that's what I mean. I just had to share it with you guys. So here we go, Keaton V0. Now obviously this isn't the Keaton dataset, so we've still got some work to do, but I just want to point out the effect. I've used multiple overlapping option. So the default is single middle. That's how I get style train done. For multiple overlapping, that's how I get effect train done. And this is like it's very accurate. Like I said, if I was to show you the ground truth, it's GTA 5 drifting. You know, it's very close. It's very close. Spookily close. Considering that you can look at the composition though, it's the same composition. If you go to style and look at some of the earlies that we were getting, look, it's the same mountainside road. It's almost the same, because I used the same seed. 42 to try and get good comparisons, but yeah, it doesn't really work, but you know, you do your best. So what do we need to do? Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to bring up my NAS. So we'll use the magic keyboard perhaps. Does it work today? Oh no, I don't even have my tool running. Nightmare. Give me a sec. Nightmarish. So basically I've got this tool which I use. I really need to put it in a more obvious place. Oh gosh, I'm gonna run the airplane companion for fun. Let's see, is it running? Yeah, it's running. Okay. Whoa, why are they coming from over there? Ignore them. So I need to focus. Where's my hotkey thing? Hotkey UI. I'm like obsessed with just like making tools that make my life easier. I hope this is the right one. Builder effective config. Yeah, it is. So basically I've got a little like macro keyboard that does a bunch of stuff, and the bottom row is bound to folder shortcuts, because when I'm doing these shows, and we built all this with vibe codes, you know what I mean? But yeah, when I'm doing my shows, it's kind of annoying because I just can't get to, I'm always going to the same folders forever. And it drives me mad. So now I got like shortcuts to my most used locations, like the NAS, which should contain, and it hasn't got them all, because this is like a constant, it's like trying to curate the Tower of Babel every time. I mean, I don't even have all of the video models in here, but we should have Buster, and if we don't, we can find him and add him. Buster Keaton, surely he's in here. Buster Keaton, it should be just called Keaton. Oh, that's annoying. Video? Aha! So we got two of them. Oh, I need to... Right, they're bombing me. I need to get some towers in here, guys. So anyway... this one's image-based. Buster Style V2. This one's also image-based. And these are the actual videos. Are they split? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it. Oh, I didn't expect to be able to do this. Okay, this is cool. All right, so if I just take the Buster video archive, right? And I didn't expect to be doing this, but here we go. So new window, get rid of VO. That's spoilers for later. I've got a VO3 API WebUI that you can fork and do whatever you want with. So, like I said, I'm pretty happy with the results this weekend, guys. I don't know what happened, but it's like I've been drinking pure nitroglycerin or something. But yeah, anyway, so we're going to open up this folder, which is going to be a new tools. Going to create another one. There's probably hundreds of these by now. It's getting out of control. And it's going to be Buster. The Buster WAN. Buster WAN, dudes. We're going to Buster WAN. And here we go. Bust your WAN. So what are we going to do? Well, obviously we need to add the data set in here. Oh, you useless monkey. We're going to have to do it we have to do it ourselves. Hey, no limits. Okay, right. Open it up. We have Buster. And it's been cut into 2-second segments. Now, for the first train, what I do is I use a caption route strategy. What that means is we're going to basically apply the same thing to every single one of them. And because I do this like so often, as you might imagine, I'm not wasting any time on this one, yeah? So here, check this out. So I'm in a data set right now, look. We're going to go into the data set. In fact, no, we're not. We'll do it from here. We're going to go git clone https://www.github.com. I can spell github.com/mushroomfleet with a capital M and a capital F because they care about that. I should have done lowercase, note to future self. And then it's caption root. And that gives me my super cool caption root tool. And you've got caption root creator and caption root.bat. That's the V1, which was for the image models. I updated it recently for the video models. So now, if we go into Buster, I've copied the batch file and the Python script that we need in there. I can just say run dash, there we go. And it's going to ask me to enter the phrase I want to use, okay? Now, I've already released this, so instead of just making something up, There we go. Instead of just making something up, we're going to take the caption route that I used before. So let's have a look. Keaton style. Keaton style. Do we have an example of a full prompt, or did I do vision in the end? Yeah, I did vision in the end. Keaton style video depicts a man. Scene appears to be... Yeah, that's good. Just like that. That's what I'm going to use. Just that there. I'm going to copy all of those. Let me just tidy it up real quick. So many API keys on the other screen, guys. It's like if you could just hack my computer to see the other screen, I'd be in real trouble. So there we go. Video of Keaton style depicts a man. Depicts a man. Full stop. Appears to be vintage film footage. Right. That is basically a clean. It's like it's clean and it's loose. Do you know what I mean? It's clean and it's loose. And it looks like I've actually I've said Keaton style. I maybe should use a 4 for the A. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. I haven't actually set the training or anything yet, so we'll use... Right, I need to write that down because I've been a little irregular there. It's like, is it numbers or isn't it? I'm going to do a rule where we keep the A for some reason. Key A T 0 N. There, Keaton. Okay, and off it goes in one click. Done. Now this model is ready. Like, it took me 10 times longer to explain it, but what I did was downloaded a script, copied it into my dataset, ran it, said what I want all the captions to be, like with a loose term that would roughly apply to everything, and then we're ready to train the first V0 is what I call it, which is just a style model. We haven't even described what's happening. We've just applied a general phrase that could apply to most of them. And then through successive iterative retrains, you get more. Oh, hello from Dubai. Hello, Don. Welcome to the stream. Mr. Morocco is here. He sent me a message. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I didn't check my WhatsApp for a couple days. It's my bad. By the way, Dom, you got my number. Anytime you can call me. I realise that. It's probably because he's on a different time zone. It's all good. Oh. Okay, I'll check it out, Dom. Thanks for dropping by. Today we're looking at WebUI API, so you can do WAN training, WAN video, and also VO3. We've got a new WebUI, and I've literally open sourced the lot. So if you go onto the GitHub, you can just download these, fork them, and you can create whatever you want. Obviously you need a foul or replicate key. The replicate is what we're using for WAN, and the foul is what we're going to be using for VO3. And I'm showing you everything from start to finish, so everything I do that you see me doing is what you will do, but with your key from your account. And then in that way you can pay for us what you want. And if you want to add some stuff, like, because I'm thinking post-processing here, there's a lot of stuff you can do with post-processing video WebUIs. And so it's like, it's not just about generating the image. Maybe you want to put some film grain. Maybe you want to use an interpolation model. Maybe, you know what I mean? There's all these different things. And so I'm starting to sort of try to put something together that's like boilerplate. Anyone can build with that. Oh yeah, and then also everything I click on is a bombing target, and I have some anti-defense air defense towers. I built that in .NET for fun. We got a lot of stuff going on. I should get the shark back out for fun. But let's get on with it, guys, because I do derail myself. So now we've got our video model, right? Now let's just double check the situation on the Buster Keatage. Yeah. Let's find out, because I might get myself in trouble. I don't want to get myself in trouble. I do research experiments, so... But let me just see, copyright status of Buster Keaton. Do you know what the funny thing is? Ever since I did the demo of training with Buster Keaton before, YouTube asks me if I want to claim other people's videos which use that footage. And I'm like, it's not mine. I never said it was mine. It's bizarre. Copyright status of Buster Keaton. Because I got a feeling that he might be open, he might be public domain, I'm not sure. He might be just inside of it. I suppose it depends what country you're in, doesn't it? I mean, he's American, so it's American, right? I don't know, it gets like the laws. Like I said, I do it for research. Oh my god, he's gonna bomb the butthole! Hi, I'm Claude. How can I help you today? What the hell? Look! Bomb the butthole. Oh dear. There's something about these AI iconographies. Okay, so it's quite complicated. All of the silent shorts is public domain. Right, that's all I needed to know, because I don't use any of the other stuff. I don't use any of the stuff with sound, and certainly not the general... No. Wait, he made something called Steamboat Bill Jr.? Is that like a Disney reference? I didn't know about that. Okay, so his entire short subject output from 20 to 23 is public domain, so I'm good. We are good. Because I got to put this on a Hugging Face, so it's not like I can just train it and be like, research. I actually have to put it up on Hugging Face for real. But we already talked about this earlier, because like I said, I started early so we could do a bit of a chill out show. And I do speed up and slow down, but it's only so I can actually get stuff done. So we're going to make a new data set. We're going to call it Keaton V0. Okay, and the license would be an MIT, and it's going to be a public. We're going to open it up, and we're going to just use the file uploader, and then I need to get this file, and then we need to zip it up without the Python scripts. Compress. Okay, and then this one's going to be called K3ATO and V0. Yeah. Double check, because sometimes it fries the captions, and if you didn't read them, you don't know that they're fried. Yeah, it's fine, I checked it. Alright, cool. So now we've got our thing. We should be able to get back to Hugging Face and upload that there. Oh my god, those turrets just can't get him. It's like he's going to get away. I'm going to have to call in the... Oh no, wait, no, it's alright. I didn't need to do it in the end. Oh, wait. Oh, those are mine. They're friendlies. I forgot. I must have spawned them by accident. Anyway. Alright, so can we have the thing? Yes, we can have the thing. Let's go. Let's get those turrets out of the way. They're kind of distracting. Okay, so now I've got my file. Save that. Let's go back to the UI. Here we go. Put that there. Take away the download true part. Now we're prepped. Okay, so let's put that in here. K3AT0N. Oh dear. Oh dear. There we go. K3. Yep. 14 billion parameters, multiple overlapping. So we're doing the effect run. I've got the destination set. I think that's it. I don't need to change anything else. The defaults are good. Now, I didn't allow you to put your weights and biases key in because I don't use it. But if somebody wanted to, all they have to do is add that additional form. I might do it. I don't even use it. basically it came with the form, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's one of the things they give you, but it's optional to ignore. So it won't affect anything if you leave it alone. If you know what it is, it's not that hard to put it back in. What you do is you just get the LLM, and in the form it'll have something like weights and biases key here, this. So what you do is you just copy and paste that into the LLM and say, add this to my HTML, because it's just missing from the HTML form, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay. So, bumbity dee, we're back in the thing. Yeah, I think we're actually good to go. So, there we go. All right, let's see if it works. Training started successfully. That's usually a good sign. And like I said, because this is all done with API, it's all super fast, you know? You already put your data set in the cloud, so it's like CDN transfer speeds for the data. And then when it actually does the training itself, it's all in your API. So even if you like weren't, because this will work, do you know what I mean? This will work like on a phone. It's so simple. Obviously, it's not deployed for mobile or anything like that, but you could put this into an Electron app. There's all kinds of stuff you can do with it, you know? But what I'm trying to say is it's like, to get the actual thing, don't worry about that. That's gaslighting. Hold up. Let me just go to replicate. It's like, hey, your API key. Maybe I overwrote. Did I overwrite the API key with a default by accident? Let me check. Running. No, it says it's running. Yeah, it just gave me the wrong link. It's running it right now. Keaton zip. See what I mean? So, okay, so maybe my UI gives you the wrong link back. I don't know. So it gave me that. That's the link. That's what it should be. So what did my API give me? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. It says TNVB. Let's... wait a minute. That's really close. I think I just get rid of... Hang on. What's the difference? Replicate /p and the same thing, or API replicate v1. See what I mean? This is just a hyperlink bug. Do you know what I mean? It's just a hyperlink bug. It's just giving the wrong URL. Instead of replicate /p ID, it's giving API replicate /v1 /predictions ID. And obviously that doesn't work, and that does. So all I have to do is basically go, hey, make sure that this is what gets put for the link. You know what I mean? Because it's basically just giving a malformed URL. It might be that I can say, when you get the job back, take that, which is the current result of the programmatic equation, you know, whatever the formula, whatever the process, it ends with this. Okay, so I just say, okay, so there's no need to recode anything and get clever, right? Don't try to fix it. Just say, when you get that last URL, take the ID at the end and put it after replicate /p. Who cares? It'll work. You don't need to change it, because the chances are that that other URL is the result of some programmatic thing, and it just needs to be reformed. That's all. It's a string swap thing. You don't need to like make it give you the right URL. There's no need for that. Might even have a crack at that in a minute. We'll see. But like I said, it's clearly working fine. We're at step 58. There's going to be like 1,000 of them, so this is going to take a while. Let me see if I yeah, we're doing multiple overlapping as well. I'm gonna have to put some more turrets up, I think. I only get 4, but they definitely need to be strategically located. Okay, right, cool. That thing's on my GitHub as well. It's just a bit of distractionware. And it has... Does this one have a boss button? No. But we've got one that does, and that's coming up later. We're going to bring it back, guys. I'm bringing back F12 as the boss button. That's like 2000s gaming right there. I'm bringing it back. So yeah, like I said, in a short while, we're going to have the result of this, and we'll be testing it. That's how quick this system is. So I'm just going to minimize that for now, because we're done. We're done. And obviously the LoRa trainer works, you know what I mean? Okay, so fine. The URL was malformed in this hyperlink, but as I say, we'll correct that. I wonder if we'll put this back in as well, you know, put the API key in, so if you want to use weights and biases, you can. It does give you a bunch of really cool, like, graphs for loss and stuff when it's doing the learning, which is nice. I must admit, I don't tend to even pay attention to that so much anymore, but it does help you to get a good grip around, like, what's actually happening when it's training the samples, you know. How many steps are we doing? 1,000. Seems to be running a little slow. Did I set the batch to like 1 or something? Doesn't even say the batch. Okay, well, we'll just let it cook. We got plenty more to carry on with. So like I said, we'll be coming back to the LoRa trainer in due time. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to switch up gears. Not really, it's the same thing, but it's time to look at the other side of this repo. So that would be the DR1FT video generator. It just ended up calling it that because it was for one LoRa at first. And it still kind of is. So the way I see it is this is a nice way. So if you train your LoRa's on Replicate, you can easily then make custom WebUIs that will allow people to pay to generate with your LoRa's. Sounds like a pretty cool proposition to me. So to that end, I basically made a second version of the LoRa trainer, which is aimed at making the videos, right? It doesn't have image to video yet. I'll probably make a third module, which is image to video. So this is the text to video generator, really. So if I open up this, we're going to have to close off that other one right now. I might even like merge them all together so they just run in like a unification, but I want to... It's easier to make it all in small bits. Because, you know, context window and stuff. So it's better to build the bits and then join them up. Like I made the trainer and this separate, but with the same approach. So it's like reproducible way of doing it, you know. So anyway, let's get into there. So ... and we're going to go cd dr1. Alright, ls. Okay. So as you can see, it's the same sort of situation that we had before. It wants me to put my my key in there, so I can just copy it. I've got the same one. Was it going to immediately like freaking appear and show it to the world? There we go. So we've got our API key in. It's the same as the other one, you know. You can just copy paste it from the other folder where you made it into this one or whatever. Right, so from here what we're going to do is we're going to do the installation instructions, which should be here somewhere. Lots of am I even looking at the right thing? Yeah, I am. That's weird. There's no installation instructions. Hang on. It's just prompting. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just npm install. Oops. Yeah, it is. It's just npm install, and then probably like node run. Let me check. Like, the reason I make all of these is so I don't have to even think about it. Because I'll be honest, I don't have the bandwidth myself to remember the ins and outs of every single little thing. Okay, npm install, and then you got npm see start or start dev, I believe. So I think npm start's going to be good. Okay. And like I said, you would develop this further into a proper desktop app or a web app, and there's going to be differences, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? So, all right. Control click, please. Right, there we go. So we've got a choice of two models. Obviously, effect is the strict looking one, which we made yesterday. No, this is the stylized one that looks more like video game footage because it was trained on video game footage. Whereas this one, the style, that's the one that's current. Well, they're both up on Civet. We looked at them earlier. So if I just steal the prompt from over there. Where is he? Back. Man. I'm going to start counting every time I see this thing. I need an on-screen buffering timer. We can add up how much time we waste. Okay. So, I'm going to take the prompt. And we're going to modify it slightly. But we're going to put it into my thing. Here we go. So, drift style v0. Put the prompt in. Now, 480p will generate fast. 720p will generate slow. 1080p might be illegal. It shouldn't even be there. This is a vibe-coded interface. I didn't ask for it. He just did it by himself. This is something you've got to watch out for when you're doing vibe coding. Like, for example, here's another one. 81 frames is the number of frames you want to use. But it'll let you choose anything. And there's only actually there's only four valid numbers, actually. So I wouldn't bother changing it. Just keep it at 81. I do plan to change the slider so you can only choose the 4 valid frame lengths. But this thing will let you do silly stuff, and then those will always fail, right? So just use the defaults if you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, it does give you the options of the T-cache and everything else being enabled. But balanced is nice, though. Obviously, I'm paying for it, so I'll wait longer. I'm going to go with the 720p. I think we'll say a red Ferrari this time. Let's see if it can do that. A red Ferrari. Car is underlit with white neon lights. In the darkness. Midnight with trees and foliage. Scene appears to be real life found footage. Orbiting drone camera chases. Drifting sideways will get around this. At speed around tight bends. So I just made a couple of little changes. You know, you could change the location as well if you want. You know, change it from trees to a city or something. It's totally able to do that. If you want it to follow more, go up to 7. If you want it to go more with the model, go below 5. Other than that, these are good defaults. If you change 30 to 40, it's just going to make it slower and maybe make more mistakes. If you go to 20, it'll be faster, but it will be less detailed. It's like a trade-off. A lot of these values are already set to good values. Obviously, you want to set what you want for the, yeah. This I know was trained on widescreen, but it doesn't really matter because it's a style. The effect is matching it like super, super close. Like you might call a dream booth from 2 years ago. The effect. And it's because it was trained with a much more stringent thing. So when we trained it, we didn't use single middle. So it takes a clip from the middle of the clip to train. Whereas multiple overlapping shreds the clip into multiple clips which overlap. So it actually trains the whole thing. So you see the difference. And this is why you have, you know, this here is a style video train. Whereas this is an effect video train. So it's like, this is actually looking like GTA 5. It's all glitchy and whatever, right? But it actually does look a lot like at night driving GTA in a modded car, which is what the footage was. Whereas the style actually just uses what it already knows to make like a more realistic rendition of what was trained. So this is still GTA 5 driving downhill, but it's not anymore. You see what I mean? It's trying to make it more real. And then obviously you go a little bit further than that, and it's like you can't really see the GTA anymore at all, because we've changed the car, we changed the location, and it's not the same style either. But it's got the... yeah. Looks a bit weird. But you can see that's... can you see how it starts off like more GTA, and then it becomes like other games? Forza, Need for Speed, you know. It's interesting. Alright, so let me see then. Where were we? So, yeah, like I said, that was the train. It is training. So this works. Might need a little bit of tweaking here and there, but like I said, it's a boilerplate. So the fact that it's fully work, it's a fully working boilerplate. I don't even know if that's really is that the same thing? What if it's like a production template? Does that make sense? I mean, I guess it does in 2025, but in 2024, you would have looked at me with a strange expression. You know what I mean? It's like a production-ready template. Huh? That doesn't make no sense. But anyway, that's what it is. It's a production-ready template with a few tweaks from your web team or a passionate developer. This could be turned into a lot of different things, which is really interesting, considering it was like a two-shot. I think it was a two-shot Sonnet 4 prompt to make the system. Now we're just testing it. So yeah, we're still training that model. It's going to be a while. If we go back to the WebUI real quick. Where is it? It's a different WebUI, is it? Yeah, there. So let's order the car. Let's get that Ferrari done. So I'm going to ask for 720p. Oh, should I? No, we're going to do 480p because it'll be quicker. And I think I need to top up the credits, so it might actually deny me. It might actually say, you've got no money, son. So let's see. Did it deny me? It's past the stuff. See, balanced, 480p, 81 frames, token present, using model. There's the model. So again, like I was saying, if you take a look in the actual code here, you'll notice that the way that it selects the model is just this. Look. No, wait, that's training. Hold up. Wrong server. So if scroll down, there we no. Yeah. Okay, so that's the default model. But we have defined other model options. He says, trying to find them. Where's the other one? Okay, so it used to be there. But now it's in the HTML, is it? Let me have a look. Loading model information. Video settings. Resolution, aspect ratio, fast mode, advanced. Yeah, I think I've gone past it. Model and prompt, model selection, model select, yeah, and then populated by JavaScript. Right, here we go. But that means it is in there. What's missing? I get worried when stuff's missing. That's weird. I know that it supports 2 models, but this one seems to be missing the code for it. What the heck? Where are the... Anyway, if I just go to the document thing, it tells you how to do it. So it's here, JavaScript model config. Place in your index file. Oh, right, okay. Okay. It was too smart for even me to figure out. So where's that then? There should be a JavaScript variable somewhere in this HTML. Alright. He's too smart. What's he done now? Add selected model path. What? Using model unknown. Do you know what? That's crazy. He's actually done it. Wait. Found it. It's buried in there at line 241. So anyway, the best thing about this is, and this is the beauty, right? So many times I've made a thing with AI and it's kind of like crystallized. You can't really do anything with it because it just falls apart, right? And the reality with this one is, check this out. So if I go and train another LoRa on Replicate, I get this path. That's the path I'll get from Replicate, whatever it is. So by simply duplicating this, right, copy paste level of skill, I take that, I duplicate it in the array, and I fill in, the new link, what it is, yeah? And now when I reboot my app, I've got access to the new LoRa. So it's kind of easy to maintain, if that makes sense. You don't have to take the whole thing apart and make it all again just because you've made one thing. It's designed with this in mind, so that all you have to do is add this in, and then you've got additional options in the drop down list. Now obviously this is for WAN video models that are trained on 14B, so it's there are ways you can break anything. I'm saying you can shove a cucumber, through a mincemeat machine. It'll go through, right? But it might make a mess, yeah? So it's I'm sure you can break it, but if I wanted to deploy my fine-tuned video models to people, I want them to be able to pay for their own generations. You can 100% do that. And I think you could even build stuff on top of this as well. For example, a credit system, if that's what you're trying to do. I don't think there's any point because you could I'm saying you could have a company API baked in. Yeah. So the user doesn't change their API and this is actually on a website. You know what I mean? And then you're not actually running any hardware, are you? You see what I mean? You're not actually running any hardware. Yeah. So as long as you know how much it costs and you charge more than it costs, every time someone uses it, you make a small amount of money. I don't know how else to... Do you know what I mean? And then at the other end of it, of course, you have an internal tool which runs locally on your machine and does a whole bunch of extra stuff like color correction, interpolation, upscaling. It does all of that locally, but it takes the latest, greatest video generation from the cloud. So you've got the best input to your post effects. So that's the proposal for this, how I intend it would be used and everything else. I don't know if I'm going to do any of that stuff because I'm here to do the proof of concept. Here's the boilerplate, guys, go knock it out the park. I don't have time to sit on any one thing for more than a couple of days usually, so I just try to do as much as I can with it in that time. So let's take a look at that video then. Do you want to open this? Yes. There's my Ferrari driving downhill. I got what I wanted, guys. It's in 480p. Yeah. There it is. It's not very good because 480p, right? Does look like GTA 5 though, doesn't it? It actually does look like a custom map or something. Damn. Okay. Obviously it needs to be upscaled and interpolated and all that good stuff, but that is crazy. Now I don't remember. I'm going to just refresh it. I don't remember, because obviously I've only tested it briefly. I always reset the page before I run it again. So I'm just going to do a 720p. And should we put it on quality to see how long it takes? Because I bet it's quite long. Check your parameters and try again. Ooh, what parameter was it that I messed up then? Unprocessable. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Fast mode must be one of the following: off, balanced, fast. Oh, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as quality. It's off, balanced, or fast. You see what I'm talking about? How sometimes the AI will like imagine things. It's like all it is that needs to be called off and then it'll work. We'll put it on balance then. Do I have to reset it again? I'm not sure, because normally, you know, I'm not sure if this is like blocking. Sometimes you have to address that. Let me have a look here. I mean, if it's sent the job, it doesn't really matter. Let's see. I don't know. Can't tell. Refresh. But I know how you can tell. You can go to predictions in your dashboard on replicate. Yeah, there's nothing there. Look, it hasn't even sent anything. So let's try it again. Oh wait, there's no need. There's no need. We've already done it. I don't want to. Oh wait, no, there is. See what happens with the 720p unbalanced. Okay. Okay. It's cooking, which is a good sign. So I'm going to now forget about this. Like I said, we're like we're going through a whole bunch of different things today. Okay. So like I said, this would be it's not the Drift AI powered video generation. This is supposed to say WAN at the top, all right? But it's because it was dedicated for the DR1FT style LoRa, which I recently trained, you know what I mean? Because the idea was, can we use the API with an easy-to-use WebUI to train a 14B video LoRa? And by the way, it's got auto-captioning built in. You can just turn that on. I didn't show you that. It's one caption, look. If you do it like this, it uses your captions. You do it like this, it auto-captions everything with the trigger word. So it's like, I can't believe it's got that too. It's that too, you know? But yeah, like I say, the concept was train a LoRa and then make a WebUI that can then generate with that LoRa, right? Because a lot of the WebUIs out there don't have the ability to put a LoRa in. Certainly not one that you just made, right? So this allows you to do that. And like I said, it's a little bit tricky because I've tried to make it look nice, but this isn't, you know, this is aimed at people who want to generate video, my video, right? Or developers who want to make it their video and maybe add a few extra features, because this is the quickest and fastest way to do it. I don't know. So that's just the way I'm looking at it. Obviously you can do all kinds of stuff in the background with like cloud storage, S3 and all this nonsense. I'm just trying to keep it simple, like I said, boilerplate style. So we'll leave this one running. But yeah, like I said, that's working. And the best thing is my hardware is free to do whatever the hell I need it to do. It's not locked up generating videos all day. Okay, cool. So that's that, right? So a couple of pieces. I put the data set up onto Hugging Face so that we've got a .zip, right? A .zip. And I don't have, I'm going to update it so that it creates the project, but I think it's a simple change. So that's the trainer side of things. Other than that, this is good. Oh yeah, I want to add in the, yeah, there were 3 issues actually. Let's just write them down, because otherwise I'll forget. So trainer WAN. So the first problem it had is it cannot create new replicate model, because that's where it's going to train it to. So one thing you have to do at the moment is you have to make your own replicate model empty first, and then put the address to it here, which is a little bit awkward. It'd be nice if you could just put in your username / something, and then it would just work. So I'm sure you can do that. I just haven't done it yet. And then the weights and biases, the W and B, the API input field is missing. So if you want to use that, you know, you need to be able to put the key in. I just ignore it mostly. And then the last part was the ID The URL is malformed. And I reckon a little string manipulation will fix that. URL is malformed because the ID is correct. So it's almost like I don't really need to fix the broken code. I just need to string manipulate the output. Okay. And then as for the video generator, the number of frames. So let's see. And then the WAN, T2V LoRa, 1. It's the 81 frames thing. Yeah, number of frames is scuffed. So the frame count slider, it allows illegal values basically. Oh, and the quality mode, yeah, 2. What is it? Quality should be off. It's like the name's wrong. And to be honest, if that's like the biggest of your problems with a one-shot piece of code, oh no, the label's slightly wrong, but everything works though. I don't care. This is like beyond amazing. It's way better than I would have hoped for the outcome. There we go. Look, he's processing my video. So we'll come back to that in a bit. Okay. So I've broken it down, guys. That is the Drift Video Editor and the WAN LoRa Trainer. So an all-in-one solution with the power of Replicate that allows you to just come in and train whatever video you want and then generate whatever video you want. Obviously, it's all done with API. But I think that gives you a bit more freedom to build things and, you know, I think it gives a bit more freedom. And like I said, it's a nice live demo to be able to use it like this. Is it perfect? No. Because the thing is, like, ideally, I would like to have this, you know, have a few more features, like, for example, maybe the ability to do stuff with the dataset first, you know, or over here on this side, maybe like a gallery, so it's not like, oh, I make one thing and then you have to reset me. Do you know what I mean? Because I think at the moment that's what it is. Like what would be even better would be when you generate, it puts it into a queue, and then you can generate again in a queue, and then the queues, they just sit there until they come back. Because right now, look, it's locked up. It's locked up until you can get your result. And I'm not trying to burn loads of credits. I'm just saying it's like, as a tool, you should be able to do parallel jobs. There's nothing to stop me from having many queues. You know what I mean? There's nothing to stop me. And that's the big advantage. Like when I'm using a local machine, I can't parallel generate 10 videos at once. Obviously, I have to pay for it, but it's like time travel. We're all about productivity. If I could have finished it in 2 minutes, why take 20? Especially if you're making money. Like obviously if you're learning or it's a hobby, I understand you want to keep the costs down. But what I've been finding is everyone's subscribed to everything. And it's scary. Because I must admit, I try to keep my subscriptions down. You know, I try to do as much as possible with local. But the reality is often a multimodal solution is required. So you might be blending 3 or 4 different local models and services to get close to what you need to do. And this reminds me of in creative design, they don't just subscribe to Adobe. They got all of them, right? Very expensive, but that's part of the game. So let's just see. We have got nothing. It's not done anything here yet. I'm a little worried about that. View full prediction. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's coming through. Okay. Right, we can move on to the next section. Okie dokie. Right, so so now it's time for VO. VO 3 baby. It's funny, on the day it came out, we already did this, and then they took the API down. But this one, they've been doing a bunch of advertising online. So I can only imagine that it's going to stick around. If I just quickly show you the preview that what I done earlier. Oh, it's down, not up. So this is their demo, remember? So this one here, this is their demo. Let me just turn the sound up a minute.
Have you seen Google's new VO3 model?
Yeah, it's already available on FAL.
Yeah.
It's crazy good.
That's theirs. That's theirs. I used the same prompt with this API that I've built. Well, it's not my API, but you know, the WebUI, right?
Have you seen Google's new VO3 model?
Yeah, it's already available on FAL. It's crazy good.
Yeah. Have you seen
So yeah, basically done, right? It's the same. Yeah, different chick, right? Different dude, but basically it's the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, happy with that. So then we made this VO3 FAL API, Origin team, as usual. And what it is, right? Let me get to that VS Code real quick. So are we done with that other one? We've got to check on Buster. Don't forget about Buster. Okay, so we're done with this one now. Yeah, we're done with this one now. It's good. It's good. So you notice I didn't have to change anything. We just downloaded it, cloned it, put RENV, good to go. Yeah, you needed to have your Hugging Face data set. Yeah, you had to make your replicate thing. But I'm hoping to sort that in the next updates. So that is the replicate WebUI for WAN. It does 1.3 and 14b, by the way, but I don't really bother training anything but 14b now. Hoping to add an image to video module to it as well, because that's all I really use WAN for, aside from testing the models that I've trained. That's pretty much so. VO3, everyone. Now VO3 is using FAL, so it's a different API key, but it's the same concept that we're doing here, right? So let's just head over to my GitHub. Oh, I probably should have stayed on that last page, don't worry. It was about to finish. It's like, right, time to go. So VO3 FAL API. Okay, let's just check that last prediction. There we go. There we go. Oh, he's drifting. Oh! Sort of. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. The Ferrari was drifting. I didn't even ask for drifting. So you just say going around bends real fast and he'll just drift all automatically. That's the best one yet. Download that. Was that in 720p? Yeah, it was. It was in 720p. 720p, everyone. How'd you like that? Available now. Go and get that model. Prompt it. You can do any car. I wouldn't say any location, but it's going to be good at doing downhill and maybe a bit. There's some uphill in it too. Damn, that came out real good. Ignore the planes. They're just trying to bomb everything on my screen. Don't worry about that. But yeah, that came out super nice. So this is WAN 2.1, 14b, T2v pre-trained LoRa using my WebUI to train and then using my WebUI to make the video. It's all running on the Replicate API. And like I said, fork my code, build stuff, build cool stuff. But now we're moving on. So VO3 FAL API, same exact thing. Look familiar? See this? Server.js, package JSON, fal.env, readme.md, public index.html. So again, the index.html, that's how you control it all. You can make your own. You can change that. You can drop that into thing and say, don't change the code, but make it look cool. And then tell him what you think cool is. Yeah? So there it is. And like I said, I make a lot of nodes which do post-processing for video effects. I'm definitely going to be trying to make buttons. You know what I mean? What I want really is to separate it so that you've got like a gallery area which has all the videos you've generated in. You've got an area to generate videos, and then from the gallery you can pick a video and go like VHS effect, film grain, cathode ray, all these different things, and then maybe stretch goal, get an interpolation set up, you know, so we can now send our video into interpolation, right? And I want to do as much of it as possible locally, but I got a feeling that if I could set up an API for it, I'd happily use an H100. I don't know. It's like a time thing. Do I want it now or do I want it later? If I want it later, I'll go local. If I need it now, I'll be like, time to pay up. Because usually if you need it now, there's a budget involved. And usually the budget is like way more than what you're going to need to spend to get the job done. Well, not always way more, but you see what I'm trying to say. There's a gap there, and that gap is an opportunity. So install dependencies. So what we're going to do is the same as before. We're going to do npm install. So we've already git cloned it, haven't we? No, we haven't even git cloned it. All right, well, one step back there then, mate. Let's just git clone it. So if you've just joined, we're about to start chapter 2. All right. Git clone VO3 API. As always, I'm going to open the folder which I just downloaded for the sake of relative pathing not going nuts. All right. So now we're in VO3 file API. Now that isn't my env. It's just a fake one which tells you put your thing here, right? So I have to get that open and put a real one in there real quick. Gotta get a real one. So for that, we're going to go to foul.ai. And then we're going to click on API keys. And you're going to create one, or you get your API key, and you're going to put that in the text file. Oh, good. You can do it without actually exposing them. So can I copy that? No, I have to make another one. All right, that's fine. Let's call it VO3-live. Copy and copy. Put that there. Just make sure that I'm not about to get scammed, because it happens all the time. Yeah, look, he's literally it's already highlighted and everything. Open that. Okay, we've saved that. We're done. Yeah, so just for the record, see, they put the stars on it on foul. Isn't that cool? Anyway, so I've got that open just in case I need to eject. All right. So first things first, you're going to download it. You're going to put the key in the foul.env just like before. And then we're going to give it a npm install. It couldn't be simpler. Give it a bit of the npm install, and then once we've npm installed and we've put our key in, which we have, we can do npm start. You see how quick it is? It's literally like npm install, npm start. Super cool. Make sure your thing exists, he says. There we go, localhost 3000. Now we've got our VO video generator. It's not dark mode yet, guys. I know. I forgot to say dark mode. I know. It's like white out. Whoa. But yes, as you can see, the default prompt here, a casual street interview on a busy New York City sidewalk. Interviewer holds a plain, unbranded microphone and asks, have you seen Google's new VO3 model? The person being interviewed smiles and replies quick, yeah, it's already available on Fowl. It's crazy good. Vertical video format, realistic city background. Wait, it was supposed to be in portrait all along? All along? Okay. We're going to change this. So I'm going to say wait. Hang on. Wait, how do you... hang on. All right. Let's just edit. Edit. On a busy... This is New York City. Let's change that to Detroit. A busy Detroit city sidewalk in the evening. The interviewer holds a plain unbranded microphone and asks, have you heard of scuffed epoch? The person being interviewed smiles and replies clearly. Yes, yeah, it's all... What do they call it? What do they call it? I can't even remember. I don't even remember what they call it. Do you know what? That's crazy. Slop. They call it AI slop. I couldn't even remember because the thing didn't even work. They tried to call it slop. It didn't work. I couldn't even remember what they called it. I'd forgotten. I'll say, yeah, it's all... what should we call it? It's all slop and clickbait. Most places. I'm not going to say any more. I just want to see this one happen. That's it. Generate audio, slop and clickbait. Unprocessable entity. Did I say something illegal? Hold up. Did I say something illegal? You're not allowed to say that, apparently. Unprocessable entity. Huh. Don't tell me they've taken the bloody API down already. It wouldn't surprise me, mind. This happened last time. Like you go ahead and you build all this stuff and... Oh, wait a minute. There's no such thing as portrait. There's no such thing as portrait. What do you think? Yeah, there's no... He hallucinated portrait mode. Now it's working. Let's check the console log real quick. Yeah, look, in progress, yeah. Yep, that's what it was. There's no such thing as portrait yet. You can't do it. You could ask for it because the AI was like, well, surely that works. Wrong. But yeah, so anyway, obviously this costs money. I'm surprised I haven't run out of credit already because if I'm on FAL, I think I've only got like £4 or something and I've generated like a couple of videos. Normally it's $3 per video, so if I even have any money... Oh! We've just gone negative, guys. I think I need to top up. Hold up. I was just saying, like, surely I haven't got any money left. Yeah, why won't you let me pay bill? Let me pay bill. There's no button to pay bill. You sausage. You click on pricing and it just tells you what the pricing is. Yeah, cool. Let me pay. Let me pay bill. Come on. I ain't got time. Put like $20 on it. No. What the hell are you talking about? Balance notification. Oh my God. There we go. That was like pulling teeth. It should be easy. If I want to give you money, you need to make it easy because I might change my mind and give it to Replicate instead. You got to be like, it's got to be like the easiest thing in the world. You know? Right, problem free. So we're doing it. I don't know what the total's going to be. My God, man, these guys are going for it, aren't they? I think we're going to turn off the random air war for a little bit. I think we've had enough of that. But yeah, like I said, I got a whole bunch of stupid things. Should we get the shark out? I think I'll get the shark out for fun. Let's see, where's the shark? Shark. There he is. I hope that's the latest one. And I made a whole bunch of these. Oh. That's not the shark fin. These are the graphics for something else. Sharkfin.net. What? Oh yeah, it's there. Sorry, I forgot. I had to get the actual like built version. Forgot about it. I was like, this is the source code. Where's the bloody bin thing? Where's he gone? Oh, here he comes. He's coming, don't worry. Come on, Sharky. Sharky. Here he comes. I got two screens, so it takes him a while to get from the other side of the screen. Sharky, 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 Sharky. Oh. Ha ha ha, I'm not there, mate. No. I think he's stalking me. So silly, the stuff we can do. It's so silly, I love it. All right. So anyway, we've got our VO3 FAL API right here. And the video generation is complete. So let's check out what the WebUI looks like. Where did I put it? It's in a different browser, isn't it? Different browser. Okay, we can close the billing. Hey, we're back with the flashbang. Here we go. Ready?
Have you heard of Scuffed Epic?
So in our Sterling bags say flat and your food well.
Yeah, it's all slop and clickbait.
Mostly.
She speaks total gibberish.
Have you heard of Scuffed Epic?
So in our Sterling bags say flat and your food well.
Yeah, it's all slop and clickbait.
Most places.
Most places.
Have you heard of Scuffed Epic?
So in our Sterling bags say flat and your food well.
Yeah, it's all slop and clickbait.
Most places.
So silly. Oh, it's so silly. So how much did that cost me? I need to find out roughly what that costs. Foul.ai. Let's see. I now have... Whoa. Okay. So I just put $20 on there. I generated one video. I'm guessing I must have been like in negative. Let me just find out what the hell just happened. Oh my God. So I put $20 on. I now have leet. Literally, I'm not making this up. I now have $13.37. So somehow I lost $7.70 there. Now, by my reckoning, that would be generations for 1 or 2 videos, maybe even 3 videos. So I'm just trying to find out exactly what we got billed for. Aha! 3 videos, $12.75. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There it is, guys. VO3, 3 videos, 17 seconds, at 75 cents per second, I guess. $12.75. So the price hasn't changed. It's $75 a second. But that's why it like wiped out my credits, because obviously it's like $3, you know, because you're generating an 8-second video, right? So it's yeah. In fact, an 8-second video is going to be $6. So what? 17 video seconds. Well, it's going to be as it works out by the math, right? It's just math. There's nobody there doing funny tricks. So it's like that. 17 seconds for $12.75. There it is. I mean, it doesn't make no sense, though. Does it? Whatever. I'm not going to sit here, you know. Yeah, 75 cents per second. Yeah, it's the same cost as it was on Replicate about a week or 2 ago when it first came out and then got pulled. It's the exact same price. So that means I can actually do another one. So how about let's do something interesting. I'm going to keep all of this crap down here, though. I'm going to say realistic store. No, realistic shop. Wait, what the hell do you call that? You know when you go to pay in a store? It's a kiosk. Realistic store payment kiosk. Okay. Natural pacing. Da 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 da. Cool. No logos or branding. Don't need that. TikTok style vibe. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a silly experiment that will be fun. Still cheaper than sponsoring an influencer, says Zeus. Yep, 100% actually. Well, I was actually trying to say that if you want to do a movie, like a proper film, yeah, you can actually get 140 minutes for less than 10 grand, which sounds like a lot of money until you realise you can't even get a camera and a boom mic for that. So that's the difference, isn't it? This is going to get so good, and it is actually really cheap. It's just we don't appreciate how much it costs to film TV shows and movies. Like, there's a huge gap, you know what I mean? What's it called? An expectation gap? You know, you don't realise it until you, like, work on production. You go, they pay how much for that? It's like out of this world, silly nutso prices. But anyway, let's get this prompt done, yeah? So I'm going to say, man... Oh, wait. A casual meeting between a customer and a shop assistant inside a busy hardware store. The interview holds a plain shopping list. A plain paper handwritten paper shopping list. Yes. Do you have fork? Do you have fork handles? The person being interviewed, the shop teller. Yeah, so I say the customer. The customer holds a handwritten paper shopping list. Do you have fork handles? Do you have any fork handles? No, it's do you have fork handles? Do you sell fork handles? Even better. Do you sell fork handles? The person being interviewed smiles and replies clearly. No. Yeah, it replies clearly. Candles are over there, and indicates the shop assistant. The shop assistant points at a box of candles. Remarking, they are four a pound. 4 to the pound, even better. It doesn't even make any sense. Yes, they are 4 to the pound. What? It should be 4 for a pound, right? Fine. They're 4 to the pound. Okay. Vertical video format, realistic store payment kiosk. I don't even know. It's like a shop desk, you know, where they have the till. It's like we've lost words for these things. It used to just be called the till. At the till, you know. Shop assistant, I'll say behind a desk with a till. You even call it a till. You know, it's like the computer that you take the money on. I can't believe this. We're losing words, guys. All right. Do you sell 4 candles? Person interviewed smiles and replies. No, he doesn't smile. He doesn't smile. He just replies clearly. Because you're supposed to play it straight. Candles are over there. Shop assistant points at a box of candles. They're 4 to the pound. Alright. Let's save that in case I have to, like, you know, I could have broken it. Sending request to server. How are we looking over here? Nice, it's generating. And then obviously, you know, we need a follow-up to that scene where the guy's like, no, I mean 4 candles. No, 4 candles. It's like a who's on first type joke. I want to see if it's any good at doing that. So, as a matter of fact, we should do the whole who's on first type jokes. They should be really good with AI. And whoever it was that was posting them in the chat today, those were excellent. Keep it up. I think you're onto something there. Okay, let's see what comments I've missed because I've been blazing trails today. Kirk says the learning process will be expensive. Once you know what you're doing, it's doable. Coaching is available, guys, 1-to-1. Come to me, you know what I'm like. Yeah. Get in touch. Zeus says, yeah, the real cost is hardware and software R&D. Done by human currently, and the electricity bill. And all things considered, kilowatts of electricity is cheaper than a kilogram of food for people. Well, actually, you'd be surprised, because you're kind of right, but we cheat. We cheat with the numbers. Humans cheat the numbers to make it look good. You know, we massage things to try and suit a narrative. And to be honest, humans are always cheaper than machines because, you know, you can feed humans on a bowl of rice. I'm not saying it's nice, but I'm just saying, like, there are ways of running humans right down to the almost a $0 daily cost. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's what I would like, but I'm just saying, you know, if it was only about cost, electricity is very expensive and you don't deserve it. You know what I mean? In fact, if you go around to a lot of countries, there's still a lot of countries where not everybody gets electricity. Only the rich people and the government gets electricity, even in 2025. So, you know, we're just kind of lucky. But we play games with the cost of electricity. You know, we'll give ourselves a discount so that it's economically viable. So then it's like, well, if the cost is like, if you could just halve the cost, why don't you just half the cost? Oh, well, you know, we need to keep the profits up. So it's all a bit of a fake. It's all a bit of a show anyway. But anyway, like energy costs, you know what I mean? It's like, at least they're not doing human sacrifice anymore. You know what I mean? I'd say that's a step forward, you know? We can talk about everybody in the world getting electricity later. You know, I think one thing at a time. Where are we going? So yeah. Oh, it's finished already? It can't be finished already. That's crazy. No way.
Do you sell 4 candles?
Candles are over there. 4 to the pound.
Yeah. Do you sell 4 candles? Yeah, they're here.
Do you sell 4 candles?
Candles are over there.
That's not 4 candles.
Pound.
Those are candles. I need 4 candles. Like 4 candles. You know. Dear oh dear, mate. Classic. It's a classic joke. It didn't really put it off. See, he did look a bit confused when she said, oh, here are the candles. They're 4 for a pound. It's like, no.
Do you sell 4 candles?
Candles are over there.
I'm looking for 4 handles. Anyway, being silly now, right? But yeah, that works. It worked 100%. I sell 4 candles. So, a little bit of wordplay. Oi, Sharky, no. Oi, no. I'm going to put him to sleep because we're about to start doing stuff with that. All right then. So yeah, like I said, the VO3 video generator, it works. You know, you can change options. You can't use portrait. Didn't know that, so I'm going to write that down. VO3 portrait mode doesn't work. VO3 portrait. Now I know that VO3 can make... Well, I don't know it actually, because I'm thinking of VO2. Portrait in-op. We've got a nice little selection of fixes I need to do here. Okay. How are we doing on time? 2 hours in? Yeah, we're doing all right. So far, we've looked at a couple of new video LoRa's. We've looked at WebUI for WAN, for training and for inference on text to image. And we've also looked at the new FOWL AI VO3 video generator. Everything's open source. It's all up on GitHub. If you take a look in my repositories at Mushroom Fleet on GitHub, you'll find them all there. So we already looked at the WAN replicate training, and we already looked at the inference. I think it's about time we took a look at the training for Buster Keaton, because we'll have a LoRa to post. So let's check it out. So we have run trained model and download weights. Now, I believe I put the auto caption on, so we're going to have to collect the captions and put them into a prompt list for the release as well. So there's a couple of extra jobs here. But luckily, thankfully, these guys actually give you they give you the captions, which is nice. So I'll just wait for this to actually finish. And while we're waiting, run trained model. God, stupid. Right. Extract. So then we have the LoRa and we have the captions. So we'll rename this one to K3AT0 and V0. And I believe effect. Yeah, we did effect to make it as realistic as possible, you know. And then we'll just grab a caption. What do we got? Oh, look at that. It did actually use my captions. That's nice. That's nice. So again, you don't have, you know, it'll do it for you if you don't have any, I think is how it works. We'll just use their thing here because you know what I mean, I haven't built a new. We'll do 480p first and then we'll do a 720p after. Okay, let's leave that one alone for a minute and come back to it. For now, what I'll want to do, I want to make a new prompt list. So, yeah, now it's comfy time. I love it. Look at this craziness. Now it's comfy time. It's not too bad though. I had to restart my computer just before the stream because it thought the hard drive was full when it wasn't. I was like, that's not good. You know, it was only like 100 gigabytes of space that it thought didn't exist. I was like, that's not good. Right, so let's see, the next project on the menu, we're getting back to null command, and it's all graphics all the time, and I have this new piece of software. It's not really new, it's old, but basically this is one of the tools that we used back in 2018 to put together our angles, and my buddy, my partner in crime at the time, he did most of the work, but I obviously had a copy of it because it's such cool software. It's just made by a guy, you know, as far as I'm aware, and it's got special tools for working with sprite sheets and making animations and just checking that they're right, and it's very useful. You know, it's got like transparent layering and stuff, so you can see the next frame and the last frame. It's got a lot of cool features, but I'm not going to be delving into it today. But I did want to mention this is what I actually use to fix up the animations. If anyone's wondering, how does Johnson do those 16-bit animations? It's this. Okay. It's like a really unknown, it's like the Chinese master in the alleyway, not the Kung Fu school where they sell you belts for $100 per collar. It's the guy in the alleyway who doesn't want to teach you, and it's free. You know, that's the difference. You know, you can go and use like all these other tools, and that's fine. But I found that this did the trick, and it was a lifetime membership. Do you know what I mean? Literally, if you tell me, oh, this is the best, and it's $10 a month, and then you show me something else that's like a little bit more work, but it's a lifetime membership, and it's made by some guy like me or you, I'm probably going to get that. Sue me. So, from this point, what I need to do is open up Comfy, and I need to turn this into a prompt list. So, what else do we have here? Oh, we're nearly finished. We're nearly finished. We're going to have this video in a minute. Okay. Holy crap, I'm overdue. What? I mean, it's a man. Oh, I never even, said what he was doing or anything. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to caption this one a little bit better. Or at least prompt it a little bit better. See, I haven't actually depicts a man, full stop. I didn't even say what he was doing. I don't know. It's crazy. It's so bad. Hanging off the back of a train. Let's see if it won't work though, because I didn't caption it. It's just going to be what? Hanging horizontally off the back of a train which is moving at speed. Do you know what this means? We're going to have to get Captioneer version 2 up and running on Git.io, and then use that to sort the yeah. So, it's fine. But hey, it did a pretty good vintage film footage train, considering it's like nothing like what I've... That's funny. Okay, you got to enjoy it, man. All right. So, hanging horizontally off the back of a train which is moving at high speed. See, if I'd actually tagged that clip with that, I'm sure I would get that. But I didn't. Excuse me, I'm a bit... Excuse me. I was in the middle of typing. I hate it when it does that. God, that's annoying. I don't even remember where I was. Annoyance. Here we go, right. Hanging horizontally off the back of a train. I doubt it's going to be able to do it, because I never actually tagged that. It was in the data, but it was never tagged, so I doubt it was learned. But, for science. Okay. How are we doing on the video? We've already done this one. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Right, so we've got Comfy open. I need to get the captions. Because if I don't get the captions, I can't exactly... Wait a minute, aren't they all the same though? I bet they are. Yeah, they're all the same, so actually it doesn't matter. Forget all that. Derailing myself. Let's just push it. Like I said, I'll have 2 videos. Let's see. Do we have Buster Keaton still? No, I'm gonna have to find it again. Keaton. There we go, Keaton. And that's Hunyan video, but that's V1. So now we'll say V0 WAN effect. Because I find these work a little bit like a textual inversion in terms of the content, and then the knowledge is actually the motion, not what you were, it's not necessarily perfect representation. Needs to be better better captions, which is like the whole point. I try to show the process so that anybody can do it, not so it's like, oh, this is my secret, I'm so good. Patreon me, guys. Ironically, though, I did think about having a Patreon. I think I had a Patreon once for a different project. I was earning good money, and then they cancelled it with no explanation. And one, you know what I mean? I was making good money off a different project I used to run, and they cancelled it. No explanation, just account gone, no email, nothing. And I was like, you can't be doing that. Like, imagine if you were working for a company and that you went into work one day and like, who are you? That was what it was like. You show up to work one day and they're like, who are you? Yeah, you're not allowed in, mate. What? What about all my stuff? It's gone. We burned it. Like, literally. So yeah. Same thing goes for Imgur, you shifty gangsters. You. Alright. They did the same thing. I'll never know why. So I just put it down to the fact there was an anti-AI art war going on, and I just said, I just must have been a collateral damage, because I was known for being an AI artist on Imgur, and they like featured me on Facebook a couple of times. They invited me into their super secret group and everything. I was in there for about a week, and then a rogue moderator erased my entire account. He probably draws something, you know what I mean? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I reckon that's what I think it was. I didn't really speak to them much in there. It was weird as well. I was in there like, why did you invite me here? Like, they were all talking about like Sonic fan fiction and stuff. It was weird place. So yeah. Yeah. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, guys. Sometimes you have to like swim in the filth. What's this? Are you gonna let me upload this or what? Yeah, see, gaslighting again. But yeah, it was kind of sad because Imgur had all of my really early AI work from like 2022 before Midjourney came out. So like there were a lot of ways of making AI art back then before Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, like I say. And all of that got nuked. Between you and Nerdy Rodent, who has the upper hand over the UK? Oh, well, it's got to be Nerdy. He's got the big audience, right? But I don't know what Nerdy does in his private work. So I'm guessing he's similar to me in the way that he must be doing work professionally in the space. But I'm a little bit of a dark horse because a lot of people didn't even know I exist. Because I've been working for longer than I've been doing the educational stuff. And this channel's only a year old, so I got started comparatively late. And that's because, if I'm being honest, I didn't think I would have the time to work professionally and do this. But as it happens, this actually reinforces what I do, because it gives me the motivation to make sure that I can like cover the stuff, like look like this. We're releasing an open source WebUI for the VO3 API on the same day it came out, pretty much. Oh, you mean on the street? You meant on the street. Who has the upper hand? Okay, well, I don't understand your question. Tell me what you mean by the upper hand. If you're not talking about AI, I don't know what you mean. I like Nerdy Rodent. I think he's cool, you know. I used to watch his videos early on. Do you know what I'm saying? But I must admit that I try to do things a bit different in the sense that I want to show you the full thing. I don't want to just show you like, oh, this is the cool image, this is the cool repo, and then that's the video. What we do takes hours. It's not possible. Do you know what I mean? I would feel like I wasn't and this is no shade, okay? But I would feel like I was doing you a disservice to just show you some cherry picks. I got to show you like how consistent it is and stuff like that. But so Lord Fear asked me, oh, well, me. It's obviously me, Lord Fear. You've never heard of me. Like, and do you know what? I bet there's more people like that too. Who has the stronger gang and has the streets in his hand? That's what he meant. I've never been asked that question, but do you know what? I would say it's the Scuffed Epoch gang. You know? And do you know what? We'll punch up. You know what I'm saying? They're the big guy, right? We'll punch up. We'll be the underdog. You know? We do far more in depth. I own my mistakes. You get to see it when things don't work. And I think people appreciate that. But if I was being fun, if I was entertaining the question, yeah, I would say it's got to be Scuffed Epoch, guys. It's got to be us. Yeah? Because this is that whole classic. Do you know what? I'm going to say something cliche, which I stole from another artist. I would say that 8 Scuffed Epoch viewers are worth 800 Nerdy Rodent viewers. And I hope that Nerdy takes that in jest, because it's actually a quote from the Insane Clown Posse. So if anybody clips it and takes it seriously, I'm a fun guy. That's what Mushroom Fleet was all about. And we're still alive. Yeah, the gang is, do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of a hard question, but I would say it's us. Keep it up. Get up to the higher ranks. Hell yeah. That's it. Like I said, we have a smaller viewership, but that's because, like I say, we have an open door art club here. Everybody that's involved in the Scuffed Epoch sort of membership, everybody that comes along, I know that they're all doing crazy things. And like I say, it's like a symbiosis. Sometimes I'm showing what the gang are doing. Sometimes they're doing what I've shown them. It's symbiotic, feedback loop. We learn from each other and then we all get stronger as a result. You know, I don't claim to be the be-all and end-all, far from it. I just have a lot of crazy ideas and somehow they pan out. Like I say. So anyway, we need some video, right? So let's see, it's that one and that one. Where's the rest of them at? There should be more. Hold up. I'm missing some videos. So, that's not WAN. That's WAN. That's WAN. But it's not Buster. Hold up. Buster. Where be da Buster? Trying to find... What's going on? All I'm finding is like 15 million different things which I was doing and not what I'm looking for. Here we go, got it. Oh yeah, don't forget, Sparring Laura, now available on Civet. Hell yes, sir. You can have it be anyone in any location. Just type it in. It's probably one of my most fun... one of the most fun ones. We're making some crackers at the moment, guys. So yeah, let's click on this. Oh, sheesh, what the hell? Oh my God, he's doing it. He's doing it. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, dudes, it learned something. It's not Buster Keaton, but I'll take it. Download. That's crazy. And then it looked like that before. Oh, sheesh. I need to do another one. I'll say running away from the police. That's probably a good one, right? Turbo Flux. No, not that one. Although, listen, look at that, the tune. Almost doesn't need editing. Just loop it and play the whole song. Does need some upscaling and stuff though. You can actually see the chicken wire. Yeah. If you look in like grass and stuff, you can see in AI there's like a chicken wire texture or a mottling, which you see normally in leaves or in like the fences at the edge, and that's the biggest giveaway here at the moment. Okay, so that's another one. So where's the thing which we use to actually generate the thing? Man, we're just burning money today. It's worth it though. Like I said, the tutorials are useful. So let's go to that one. There it is. Right. Hanging horizontally. Alright, depicts a man. How about we say running from the police. Wait, why are you not typing right now? Tweak it. Yeah. Okay, depicts a man running from the police and I don't know, escaping? You wouldn't really say that. It's like a man running from the police and chaotic things are happening. You can't really say that though. It's got to be a bit more. There's like chaotic things are happening. You know what I mean? And everybody is falling over junk on the floor. I don't know. Just try and get something close. Basically, I need to redo the data set and do a second train. That's what actually needs to happen. But we'll do another one for now. Because it gets it done. It gets it off the ground. So the captions are all the same, so I'm not really bothered about that now. Close that, close that, close that. This is the Buster model. So I should probably get the new one. That's what we're about to work on next. What's this? No. What's that? No. What's that? Yes, but no. 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 Back. Buster Wan. Buster. Keaton. Here we go. Okay. Keaton V0 done. Okay, that's that done. What's next? Hotkey. Hotkey replicate. That's done. That's done. What isn't done? What isn't done? Okay. I think we're almost done with the VO3. There we go. Just got the video back, apparently. I don't see it. There must be an old, whatchamacallit? There must be an old notification. So that means this is done. Sure, I've got a few little bits to fix, you know, like, what was it? Portrait mode doesn't work. It may have never worked. Do you know what I mean? He may have imagined that you can do it the other way around and you can't. Or maybe there's a bug in the code. We'll find out. But this is now case closed. All right? So like I say, if you want to check out the VO3 file API, it comes with a node-based WebUI. If you want to train WAN 14B, you can go ahead and do that with the Replicate API with my node-based front end. You can modify it, you can add all your LoRa's to it, and you can send it to your customer and be like, create a key here, and you can test it as much as you want. And more. That last and more will come in very soon. Okay? So, what are next? Wait, I never even uploaded this yet? Nah, null command should be up here as a repo. Why is null command not up here? Is it? Did I never upload it? Well, that's one way to introduce what we're doing next. null command. I was once famous for saying null pointer loudly in a different life, in another life. And you might actually be someone here that remembers that. I don't know. That's how multi-dimensional existence is. So if I say, yeah, we'll say private for now, because I don't want to be like, oh, download my broken app. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'll get it to a working state before, you know. You might be thinking, well, what the hell, Johnson? Just change the subject. Yep. So close that. So look at that. We're all, I can't believe it. It's 6:30 and we're already on null command. This is amazing. See, I thought this would take longer. Oh, I've just realized there's something else I can do before we fully switch across. Basically, the context web tutorial in images, one of them's wrong. So let me just fix that. I just remembered. Add file, upload file, context tutorial, images. Oh, they're all placeholder. That's fun. Hold up. Yeah. Maybe they're in downloads. No. Do you know what? When you put your phone on Do Not Disturb, yeah, you expect it to not ring. Don't you think that would be a good feature? You know, Do Not Disturb, it means it doesn't ring. No. Just, this is why I never bother with stuff like that usually. I'm like, what's the point? It's not going to do what I want. It's going to do what it wants anyway. May as well just put it in one of those foil bags and forget about it until you need it next. Okay. Images. So what we're missing, one of the images was missing was, it was like incorrect basically. Something had hallucinated. So the actual, it's really funny. I used an AI command to create an art team handoff document, and it actually told him to make the wrong image. So when he handed it in, he'd be like, hey, why did you send this in? And he's like, well, I just did what you told me. And it's like, because it's not the same. It's not the same. It hallucinated a different thing. So here we have a woman wearing a polka dot dress, right? And the actual edit task, the prompt example, was to make her wear a cyberpunk outfit or something. And for some reason it made a robot, like doing something with the sand, you know, like raking a garden. But that's this one. So I think that I must have put this prompt in with this image, and it ended up making that, which isn't a bad image, but that's not the one. Do you know what I mean? That's not the one. And I think the best way to get that image is to get it off my laptop and send it to me on Discord real quick. Wake up. Bloody machines. Where are you now? Projects. Edu. Yeah. That's why. Okay. Come on, where is it? What? Huh? Oh, there it is. It's hard to spot because it's not red. Like, oh, I can't find it. Right. Save. Yep. Okay, cool. Side quests are real, man. This is why I started 4 hours early today. There you go. That's the one it should be. Paste that in there, replace it, and boom. So now you have to correct that one. Make her wear a leather outfit. Boom. Yeah. So like I said, this isn't upscaled, no upscaling. This is literally just like in, out with a single prompt. And so like I said, now I can upload that now. So let's get back to here. Like I said, it's productivity maxing all the way. We're literally just spinning plates with like parallel identities running on batch. Virtualize the machine and get it running, you know, that's what it's about. But here we have it. There's no way, no readme? Well, who cares? You don't need a readme, you just go to the pages. So I think we've got to wait for this to update. Because the deployment doesn't update automatically. Yeah, it's pending. So basically that one image which I uploaded, which overwrote the old one, eventually it'll show up in the page. So like, just in case you didn't know, we covered hosting with Git pages yesterday. So then you can get your AI stuff straight up online and just have it at your git name.git.io/ the repo name. And you can just host it right here. As you can see here, look, this is all about, this is an educational website which is purely designed to teach you how to use Flux context by giving you like a visual guide to the difference in the prompt style. We've covered this before, but like I said, this is something I've put together. It's got all this information. Change the sky to sunset. It's so easy. Honestly, I think this is like the next, this is the next thing. This is the next big thing. When the dev weights come out and we can use this on our machines, basically, I would say 90% of complex workflows just turned into a single node, right? Because you can do a lot of stuff. Make the walls brick, yeah? Convert to black and white. Add sunglasses to the person. Remove person in the background. Just done. What's in painting? What's control net? I've got Flux context. You see, it's going to revolutionize the way we do a lot of workflows because it's all, you know, object detection. Look, object detection, contextual in painting, seamless blending, and then texture continuity, all in one. Text. What about signs? You want the sign to say something else? Input, output, prompt, replace open with closed. It's literally like this is a revolution, you know, as far as I'm concerned. This is like, and then also check this out. This shows scale, perspective, lighting, and environmental matching. Check it out. Swap the blue car with a red truck, so they're not even the same shape. They're not even the same shape or silhouette at all. It's really cool. And like I said, those were just the basics. Those were just the basics. There's a bunch of more complicated ones and the master level. So, like I said, I put this together as a little educational resource, but I also hope to add interesting other prompts to this over time. I don't know if I'll have time. So like I said, these 30 examples should show you a lot that you might not have seen already. You know. Zeus says, don't make me sad. I'm barely starting to get good results with ControlNet and in painting. Well, put it this way. When the dev weights come out, all that's going to have a much higher success rate. Put it that way. Okay, so that's now updated. So I think the thing I was changing was costume change with identity. Yeah, it's updated. Website's updated now. Okay. Obviously, face swapping and upscaling will always make the outputs better. So I haven't done that for this. We've just shown raw outputs because that's what you'll be working with, not, you know, my super secret upscaling concoctions, right? Oh! Oh no, everyone's falling over in trash. Whoa. What the hell? Man, this is getting really interesting. Okay. Download that. That's crazy. A man running for the police. Everybody's falling over junk on the floor. Okay. We need to keep it moving. Like I said, otherwise we'll never get to the end. Or we'll get to the end before the end, which is even worse. So we looked at the WAN LoRa trainer. That's great. We can put that one to bed now. We looked at the Drift video trainer. Comes with multiple styles. You can cook all your LoRa's in there. Put that to bed. We looked at the Video 3 video generator. And that also works great. And we can put that to bed too. We didn't do any of that today. But we've still got time. Why is that even on this tab? Anyway. We've got this model. Let me just see. This model we already trained, so it's just like, yeah, we already trained that. I made it with the API, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So that means we're finally on to null command then. So yeah, context web tutorial, that's done. That's done. That's pretty much done. The Keaton, like, I need to retrain it bad. I think it might be worth actually doing the Captioneer self-hosted thing first, because that won't take a second. Yeah. GitHub. I'm gonna find it. Where's my Captioneer? There it is, Captioneer. Oh look, that's even better. So I'll download that, come back. No readme. Not good. Don't like the laziness of the no readme. Upload file. I need the main index here, but it needs to actually be called that though. Right. Index. Yeah, don't let me do it, because there already is one. Temporary one folder. Index. There we go. Put that there and save it. Done. Now, settings, pages, main, save. Done. So now, once it's built, there will be a self-hosted version on GitHub.io, which is nice because my websites are currently under threat. I think it's because I broke my server. Technically, my Apache is still running on redundancies, so the websites aren't affected, but I can't actually... It's really funny, though. Don't you think it's funny that SSH is down, you can't connect to the server anymore, it's cooked, it's basically a brick, but I can still access my gallery, I can still access my radio station, so I can still add tracks to that and add photos to the gallery, all that's fine, but I can't edit the actual website itself anymore until I fix this box. I think what's more likely to happen is complete port to a new server. I think that's probably what's going to end up, or it's just a nightmare. How long does it take for this to do? It's done now. Right, so GitHub pages, Captioneer. Hey, we got our video captioning data set with search and replace across the set, video preview. Done and done. So obviously I do my caption route first, and then I bring it in here. So the V0 dataset comes in, and then just with left and right arrow keys, we can just go through and casually identify, address, and refine in a nice, easy captioning curation run. And obviously it does actually back up the original captions, so you've got that peace of mind as well. You can get all of this obviously here. You can just grab it and use it yourself. We also have a tins version. We're going to be looking at that a little bit more soon as well. Everything, this tins has been on cooldown for a while, but it'll come back up on the ready slot. So that's it. Captioneer. I'm going to leave that there. Mushroom Freak, get her bio Captioneer. Look at that. So good. If I'd known about that ages ago, I probably wouldn't even been messing with my site as much. Right, we're going to do a little aside before I run away for coffee time, because I'm like extremely overdue for coffee time. This would be something that somebody has made, and on you know, Big Yowie, who I'm definitely going to be following when I find his account. Hang on.
Today's prank. I snuck dynamite into these knuckleheads' firewood. Stand back, mates. Alright. Bit more than I expected. Still funny though. Today's prank.
Okay. It's heating up, guys. Things are heating up. Let's see. Oh yeah, and don't forget Hideo Kojima, Death Stranding 2. I don't need to be paid. It's going to be great. It's funny, I used to actually do stuff like that for like the gaming stuff. It's going back a while now. It's just funny actually when you think about it. Like, was I actually a gaming YouTuber when Death Stranding 1 came out? Maybe. I don't think so. But yeah, I like the gorilla thing. The gorilla thing was a really cool idea. Reminded me of Big Les with the Yowie. Bit more of a gorilla than a Yowie, but that's okay. Right, let's see. So yeah, we've looked at that. This is to make the caption thing, which we don't need no more, so we can forget about that. Oh, I never ran it. I never changed it. Yeah, okay, fine. Forget that then. That's the data set on Hugging Face. And we're here. No command. So I'm going to give myself a minute to just go and brew some coffee, as they say. BRB. But I'm not really going anywhere. I'm just walking to the side of the room. Welcome everybody. We are probably about 2/3 of the way through the show. Normally we start 8 o'clock every day, just in case you're new. If you're a regular, welcome. So glad you could make it. Today what we have covered is API stuff, WebUI stuff, Node.js vibe coded front ends, white labeled, you know, boilerplate, which you can use with replicate or FAL to either train WAN, generate with WAN, or generate with VO3. So loads of big stuff just casually thrown up. Fork my code. That should be on my that should be on the t-shirt. Fork my code. I suppose it's like the vibe code equivalent of steal this album, right? Ugh. Okay. And we're back. What is it? YouTube's best kept AI secret? Perhaps. No, I think the reason is actually because we were called 5 Below 5 for like a year, and that's the name of a thrift store. So it became an effective camouflage. It was like calling yourself Walmart and then wondering why you don't get any traffic. But we didn't wonder because it was never about the traffic. I appreciate every single person who tunes in. And it's, you know, if it's not for you, it's not for you. The people that find it useful will stick around, and I know most people do. So I don't really, you know what I mean, motivated by money. A lot of people say you're not allowed to say that, but I like eating, and that costs money, so I'm not ashamed, you know? Some people take it too far, do you know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't mean that's the only thing you think about, you know? Like, I actually know people who, if you say, even as a joke like that, oh, I care about money. You know what I mean? They're like, oh. It's like, why are you so judgmental? You spend money too. It's like there's this weird thing. It's like starving artist syndrome. I'm an artist. I've never been starving. Why is that? Because I don't have a problem charging for my work. You know what I mean? I think the real reason a lot of artists are starving is because they don't know how to capitalize their skills. That's not actually that's not actually the problem of a problem in society. You look around, there are many artists who get paid very well, and it's because they knew how to market. Accidentally muting the microphone. Let's get on with it, guys. It's like, why is he just gibbering about crap? That's what we do around here. So, uploading the files for null command to the private repo because I gotta. So, where is it though? No. Where is it? Yeah, DJZRTS. That's the one. Null command. Right, here we go. So these are the files. So obviously bin and dist. Yeah, bin. Yeah, bin and dist. They are not to be shared. But everything else, I believe. I'm not sure actually. Do you really need to? Do you know what? I'm gonna ask him. Because I know I have to post those. It might be just that, you know. And you know what? I'm so lazy sometimes. Let's see. This is the worst way to do it. But it's the most fun way to do it. I watched a tutorial by Leslie Nielsen once. It was called How to Play Bad Golf and Feel Good. It was a brilliant DVD. Bit over the top, but I was a little kid, so it was funny. Let's see. So, how can I help you today? I think you can help me today, Mr. Cloud. This is a list of files I am uploading to GitHub. What others are needed? This is brilliant because it's just a screenshot of some files. I haven't even given him any of the code. I keep trying to make it hard for him now. Go on then. I haven't given him. I've given him a screenshot. I gave him that. That's what I gave him. I said, look, this is what I'm uploading my GitHub. Okay. Looking at your thing, here are additional files you need. App XML license, solution to SLL, if you know, assembly, a config, potential. Okay. It says git ignore is important. He goes, you can ignore things like bin, obj, divis. Okay, so bin, obj, and dist. So bin, obj, and dist are not included. So I'll say /bin, /obj, /dist not included in publish? Question mark. I like talk. It's like, do you speak English? Correct. All right, cool. I've done it right. I've done it right. I've just confirmed I did it right. Zeus says, you need enough to feed and enjoy hobby and life. Extra is nice for later, that's it. Well, I must admit, I think that if times are good, that's like summer. And in the summer, we bury our nuts for the winter, like the squirrels do. And so then when times are bad, I've got stuff stored up. I got reserves. I think the problem a lot of people have these days is they live from hand to mouth and never have anything in reserve. And that's not their fault. It's because times can be tough, right? But, you know, if you're just sort of barely getting along when times are good, when times are bad, you're going to crash. So you got to like have a buffer. That's all. I think people say you need to have about $800 these days. $800 is like a crash out fund. And it's not really enough. You probably need like $4,000, but if somebody was to tell you that, you might not even try, and that's worse. Having nothing is worse than something. I can remember back in 2022, we were training image models for $500 a go. You know, anything like that is worth $500. Doesn't matter what model it is, you know, and like I'm putting out all of these model training tools just continuously. And you know how much it costs to train a model. It's not $500 because the cost of training is a component of your time, what you're worth, that's your time, and the cost of the job. So really the cost is just absorbed into the fee that you charge for your time, because time is money. You know, if you are going to go and work at a job, they're going to pay you $10, $20 an hour range. Right? And then they're probably not going to give you enough hours to actually live off of. That's the other joke these days. They don't actually, you know, you don't actually get 40 hours a week from most places. You'd be lucky to get 20. So, you know, it's tricky. It is tricky. Right then. Just get on with it. Enough of this philosophical talk, but no, I wanted to talk about it a little bit today because yesterday we talked a bit about subjectivity. And it's like there's no reason not to publish your work because there will always be people that don't like your work. Therefore, that's not a valid reason for not publishing. More people will enjoy it than will not enjoy it. Therefore, there's no net loss. Like you can't, it's only net gain. Yeah, because even if it's bad, people aren't going to be like nasty to you if it's the first thing you shared, you know, everything in context, you know what I mean? If you don't like go around saying I'm the best, people won't shoot you down because, you know, you're not trying to make a brazen claim like that. You know, I don't know what it was, but at some point I started realizing like if I put the stuff out, I am open to criticism. So there will be criticism. Do you know what I mean? And then you don't really think about that anymore because it's so subjective. Everything like it's so subjective. You can't really say that. Well, you can say some things are objectively bad, but I mean, like if it's like within an acceptable, you know, window. Because obviously if you're doing like gore, yeah, that's like subject matter. But I mean like, you know, you're just doing run-of-the-mill artworks that are expressive in your own way, but not like risky terms of service violations, right? Because I've always thought that when people do that kind of stuff, all that banned content, edgy content, all that stuff, it's actually just a way to shortcut, you know? Because you get attention from the fact that it's like shock value content gets attention, right? So it's a way that it's a tactic that's used to try and grow fast. But there's nothing in nature that doesn't grow fast that doesn't also shrivel up fast. So I don't think it's a good idea. Do you know what I mean? Like volcanoes change fast. Volcanoes explode. Like looking around in nature, things that happen fast, it usually doesn't end well. So I'm like slow and steady, mate. Slow and steady, like the wind and the rain on a cliff. That's how you want to do it. Like the meandering of a river. Okay, so this kind of works, kind of not really. but we're looking at the graphics today. So in case you don't know what this is one of my little .NET games, okay? And the last time we played it, it was able to do placeholder, okay? And today we've got a bunch of graphics, and we're gonna try and implement that. Hang on a minute, where are the graphics? Oh, there are no graphics. Right. Okay, let's get up to speed with this thing. Right. It's a real-time strategy desktop companion. It uses sprites, and I'm doing this to investigate if we can do complex animation states with facing directions, and it's in PNG 32 by 32. Yeah, for the soldiers and the enemy soldiers. There's a lot of sprites there, guys. I already have them, but they need some work. And yeah, foundation, walls, roof detail. Yeah, we've done that. File naming convention. So as you can see, we got player soldier, enemy soldier. We have idle, walk, go prone, crawl, prone shoot, stand up, stand shoot, and death. We have facing directions, 8 cardinals, north through northwest, clockwise. We also have, oh yeah, that's examples. So this is all programmed in. Look, it's got a standard template naming convention for the files. And this is the examples for the art team to go ahead and make them. All right, now I do have them, but they all have a blue background, which isn't perfect. And that's why we have Pixel Edit on hand for any major problems. But major problems take time. So what I want to do is like give you the high level overview of the project as we begin putting these textures in place. Most of it is like a renaming thing, and there's a lot of them. So I might come up with a cunning method for that, but yeah. So yeah, ready to transform. Okay, so first things first, where the hell does the art go? Because there's no art folder. There's no asset folder. Yeah, it's not going to be in any of these. So yeah, and we don't need shark fin no more. Shark fin can go. We don't need shark fin no more. What? Just do it. There we go. Oh yeah, and by the way, this was the prompt that was used to make the original. This was the prompt. Hey, wait a minute, where'd that come from? Oh, I must have tagged in. What the hell? Did he update? I think he updated my notes. What the hell's going on here? I'm just reading the notes, right? This was the prompt that was used to create the project. And then after I told him to do the animation stuff, he's like added this. He added all of this. 384 files per character type. I think he's hallucinating a little bit there. But he's got the right idea. This is what I told him to do. But I didn't know he did that. 6 frame, 8 directional sprite animations. Yeah, so he's kind of like modified. He actually modified the prompt that was used to spawn the software after it was built. In the second shot, he's edited my initial prompt without me asking him to do it. Well, I think it's time to actually, do something with this. So, if I take a look at the README, because this is a weird thing, like, it doesn't tell me where the hell... Right, I'm going to have to just ask him. Okay. The art assets are ready, and we are all scratching our heads, wondering, where do the images go? I actually find I have great success having a little bit of a comical Do you know what I mean? Having a little bit of fun. I actually find it actually you get some good success. Just having a bit of fun with him. Like, what are you talking about, Claude? Let's see what he says. Because I haven't explained to him anything. I haven't told him anything. I've given him nothing. I've literally just said, the assets are ready, and we're all wondering, where did the image go? Create the assets folder structure in your build folder. Add the hospital sprite loading system, similar to Sprite Manager, but for buildings. Place the art assets in the correct directories with the exact naming. Look at this. Oh, listen to that. Liquid bass. Love it. It's all our music. If you're regular, you know it. So let me see what she's saying here. Let's see this. Let's see this. IA became sentient. I blame Cyberdyne. AI. AI. Yeah. So you need to say it like that. You need to... There's like a thing about it. Whenever you're talking to people about AI, you need to say AI. Well, the thing about AI is that AI is... You just pick some weird way of saying it and just do it every time. Best thing about AI is we're all going to be using AI in the future. You hear this sort of thing all the time, so you may as well just make it more mechanical. So here we have it. Executable directory / assets. So based on your code. So look at it, based on my code. So that means the code is already waiting. It's just waiting for me to do this. Okay? So we need to make assets, soldiers, player soldier. Do you know what? I'm just going to sort that out now because... So this is the thing. Assets with a capital A. Soldier with a capital D. That's what he said. That's what he said. I don't know. And in here we're going to have player soldier. And then in the next one we're going to have enemy soldier. Back one. And then we're going to do buildings. Oh, and that's soldiers. And then we're going to do buildings. And inside here, we're going to have hospital. There's only one building in the game right now where they spawn from. Basically a barracks, but not a barracks for legal reasons. Okay. Let's see. We've got construction and idle. So obviously the first time you put it down, it like deploys like in Command and Conquer. And then the idle is just a sort of short blink, blink. It's like a heat haze. It looks like a heat haze. Hopefully it doesn't look too bad. Okay, create the assets folder, do the thing, add the thing, do the thing. There's only one thing though. Oh boy. For all 8 directions. This is going to be tough. Okay. Let's look at the artwork, guys. Let's look at the artwork. We haven't even looked at that yet. Enemy crawl. Okay. Sprite cells. Okay, which one's this? Idle. Okay, so he's taking his hat off and putting it back on again. You can barely even see it. It's so small. Can I put it in a thing and do the thing with the thing? What? Wow. It's so small. Okay, so question. What happens if we do RemBG on this? Question. Because it's so small, I don't even know if you can do RemBG on it. So let's find out. I got to rename them anyway, so at this point it doesn't matter. Preview. Go. Please just get rid of it without destroying it. Because it's so small, do you know what I mean? Ooh, it's going to look weird. There's going to be some artifacting, but do you know what? Hell yeah. Oh, Fernicar, good stuff, mate. Good to see you, man. Sorry you started so early. I know your time zone's probably be a bit of a shock. Like, what the hell? Johnson's been up for hours. Yeah, it does happen. Okay, so I have a radical plan, which basically involves the batch RenBGs. So let's see. Load image batch. Okay, load image batch. This is going to be a special edition workflow, so because it's just so simple, there's not much point putting it out. It's basically like a loader that goes straight into a belter loader. And we're going to put this one in there like that. We're not changing any sizes. Although, how big was it? All right, let's just focus on the prize here. So, output, no, this is going to be, I think it was called Sprite Master. Sprite Master project would be null command. Images would be RenBG. And then this would be, do you know what? We want to actually keep, I could give it the bit that it is. We have the file name text, but they're not actually the right file names. Son of a... I'm trying to make my life easier here by automating the last bit. Right, the file name. If the file name is relevant to what I'm making, I'll save myself a bit of time on the other way out. See, I'll still have to rename the files, but it'll be much less complicated and therefore much faster. Do you know what? Sprite Master sounds like something to do with lemonade. No. Can you imagine, like, Sprite? Yeah, just, like, who uses the word Sprite other than for the lemonade drink? You know what I mean? It's not a very commonly used word, right? Doesn't it, like, originally mean, like, some kind of fairy dust or something? Oh, Fernicar, to be fair, I lowered my guard by asking today if it would be Sunday chill. Well, there's been a little bit of chill. Just a lot more chill than usual, I guess. Whenever we slow it down, we go for like the 6-hour live stream instead. It's funny. Alright, boom. So, here, I'm going to put the name of the folder. So, we're going to need a primitive on the index as well. Oi! Primitive goes on the index, so then we can do the actual batch control with increment. And what else do we need? So this is the index, this is the file name, and then obviously we want the actual path. I'm going to use a text box for that because it annoys me when I can't actually see the name of the thing which I'm trying to use. You know, when it chops off the end, triggers my OCD or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I'm going to put the URL here. So, let me just go to the files. Here they are. So, this is number 1. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's already been processed. What I did was I split the sheet. I split the sheet into cells beforehand, okay? That's how we've actually got... But there is actually one sprite sheet. But I didn't fancy doing RemBG on that because I knew he was going to accidentally remove bits that weren't actually... So we've split it and then RemBG the cells individually. It's not going to be perfect, but it will be a very good starting point. And then I can come into the pixel edit and actually do frame by frame with an overlay to actually get it correct. So I will be fixing them by hand. It's going to be loads of fun. So like I say, file name, index, this one would be the directory that we're going to be working from. So in this case, that's my directory. Users, GenUI, downloads, enemy crawl, soldier idle 2, sprite cells. So I'm going to say here, soldier idle 2. Now, soldier idle 2. Is he doing it? Ah, the idle only happens in one direction. Ooh, so we actually need special rules for idling. Ah, damn it. Okay, I just realized that. Yeah, the idle isn't actually in all the different directions. Okay, that's a small modification. Don't worry about it. I need to just focus on this now, so... So we'll call this one soldier idle and worry about the details next. Okay. Now you will notice that I flipped the script. So the GIs are the enemy in this, and the guys with the red berets that I think are actually Russian forces from Red Alert, they're going to be our spawned soldiers. Not for any particular reason, just to make it different from the thing that I'm copying. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's like, so you just basically ripped off somebody else's thing. So yeah, we're trying to give it a little bit of a twist. So we're swapping the roles around a bit. Which is like, it's still, but there's some stuff we'll do differently. And that's the bit that's interesting to me. Namely, the soldiers don't walk, they only crawl. But our guys will stand up and down. Okay. Soldier idle. We're at 0. We're going to go to increment. We have 15 items, so we'll say 15 on there. And I think that's everything. So let's just compress this up a little bit, because taking up like the whole bloody screen just to do this. There. Okay. Yep. Obviously that's important as well. We'll save it as unsaved 3. No. This is going to be sprite alpha. Okay, go. And then we just got to pray that we actually get transparency for every single one and we don't like delete the guy. 1, 2. This is quite cool actually. Watch him animate, guys. Oh yeah, by the way, this right here is a good example of why it's never going to be real time. Because real time requires you to be going faster than the choke point that is in our file system, right? So if you're writing the files to file system and then reading the files from a file system, even if they already exist, there is a finite amount of time. And if you increase the frame rate, that amount of time stacks with like a multiplier with the frame rate. And usually the way you get around this is by buffering. So you'd buffer ahead. So that means that even though there's a choke point, you're buffering so fast that it's already in the cache. And then that means that apart from the occasional frame skip or little circle occasionally, right, you're going to get smooth playback regardless of the fact that it isn't actually possible to read frames that quick. Yeah, it's not actually possible because the higher the frame rate, the more that small percentage, because it does take time to, you know, read, like actually process the file, you know, we're talking about like a millionth of a second or what, something. Well, not a millionth. I don't know what the number is. We're talking about a fractions of a second, but they add up. So as soon as you're doing 60 frames per second, you have to do some tricks. Because you know what I mean? What's a hundredth of a second times 60? 60 hundredths of a second? That's more than half of a second gone to choke point. See what I mean? So obviously the numbers are a little bit more interesting than that, but this is what I'm trying to say, you know. It's always been a challenge, and usually the way you do it is you don't write the files to disk at all, you know what I mean? You don't do that. You keep it all in memory. But yeah, anyway. So that would be idle 2, so now we're going to do soldier. Get down! How many do we have? Oh, I got the wrong path. There we go. 31. Is that 31 I see? Yep, 31. There we go. 31. Put that to 0. Off we go. And if I can get Windows to play nice. Got another 28 in the next one. $28 there. And this one's going to be called Get Up. Gotta get up to get over. That's that next one done. Next, we got Death. Death, soldier. Death 1. 0. How many do we have? Wrong folder again. 15. 15, not 56. There we go. 15. Go. Next one will be Death 2. Oi! I was working there. What are you doing? Look. Bruh. Can you not, like, interrupt me with the hijacking windows? Focus hijacking. Should put him in jail. Okay. I don't even know who's in charge of Microsoft anymore, do you? Like, everyone says Bill Gates, but he sold it years ago. Let's see, 15, Sprite Cells, Soldier Death 2, Soldier Death 2, Sprite Cells 0, 15, go. How's my soldier doing? Is he still getting down? He's got to get down to get up. Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Oh no, he's actually getting up. Yeah, he's actually getting up. Oh no, he's getting down. Oh wait, he's getting down in different directions. I forgot. He's got to go through all the different directions. This is literally just the GoPro animation for each cardinal direction. Man, there's like 680 bloody... And I'm going to have to go in and fight, because see all these blue spots? They're supposed to be transparent, you know what I mean? So I'm going to have to go in and be like, click, 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 next, click, 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 next, click, 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 next. It's going to be old school. But then, they're actually my graphics, because they won't look like the originals. By the time I've done everything I've done to them, it's new artwork now. Like, will I be like, oh, it's my original artwork? No, I won't. I'll be like, I took this from a video game and changed it a bit. They call it modding. But modding to make an entirely new game, which is free, I think is fine. It's like what everybody does. Okay. So we've queued up our Soldier Death 2. And as you can see, there are a great many. So let's just get Soldier Fire done. Soldier Fire. should be at 0. And let's see. Soldier Fire has 48 cells. Oh my goodness me. 48. What the heck? Ah. What am I looking at? Oh, he's getting up. Is he getting up? It's kind of hard to tell. Ah, he's getting down. Okay. Soldier, fire. What else have we got? Hospital. Yeah, I suppose we haven't done the hospital. And red walk should just be soldier walk. So let's do that one first. That one's important. Like soldier walk. Yeah, because it's like basically what I've done is the soldiers can walk and they can fire standing up, but they'll crouch if they're under fire is the idea. And then the enemies only crawl. They can stand, but only when they're idling. So it's kind of like you got two different behaviors, which I think will be fun to watch play out. It's the same thing as before, you know, wherever you click is where the enemy will walk to. So anywhere you click, enemies will like crawl to that location. And then on the other, then wherever you choose, you've got your base, which has your soldiers around it. And I think we'll have like an area of attention. So obviously you can control by clicking, you can send a squad out to, you know, you can send a squad out to take out the enemies. But also if the enemies get close on their own, they'll guard the base. That's the idea anyway. So it turns into like a tech level 1 Command and Conquer infantry sim without the map or the menu or anything else. Just that. It does actually work at the moment, by the way, guys, but it's all placeholder. And the soldiers are quickly overrun because I need to spawn 5 soldiers at a time, basically. At the moment, I'm spawning 1 soldier at a time, and so they're super outnumbered. Let me show you, because we've been like mucking about with this for like ages. I haven't even showed you that yet. So there we go. There's an EXE right there. Okay. Null Command Lite v1.0. Right. So this one hasn't been no graphics. Okay. So again, right now nothing's happening because we haven't even started the game yet. Do you see what I mean? Let's get rid of all this. Right, so right now the game starts, but nothing has happened yet, right? So if I shift click here, that's my base, my first base building, yeah? Obviously we'll have like graphics that will pop up and animate and stuff, but for now this is what it was. And so if I now, oh, there's 3 soldiers on their way on the other side of the screen, 3 blue squares, they're on their way to come and screw up my hospital. But if I click shift click, I get a soldier. Now just clicking doesn't do anything, but it does spawn 3 enemies every time I click. So right now there is an unreal amount of, they're all coming. Now I can click and drag to, and then they're actually part of a squad until there's 5 of them. Okay, so at the point where there are 5, this one is now, he says. Yeah. Whoops. It's a bit sketchy at the moment, alright. Gotta spread these guys out a bit. I'm so boned, guys. You've got no idea how boned I actually am right now. Oh, no. No. They're fighting, but they have no bullets right now. So I won because it was 3 against 5. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Mate, get there. What? Is this another one? Oh, wow. It's reforming. He's reinforcing. Oh, no. They're so screwed. Guys. No. 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 Oh, no. Yeah, I'm right. Game over. These guys are just like, oh, we're going to kill him. Yeah, game over, guys. So, yeah, like I said, the game is not very well balanced. Either my guys need to be stronger or the enemy spawn rate needs to come down a bit. Because as you can see, it's... yeah. But like I said, this is the concept. This is the proof of concept, right? Now the aim is to replace all of these little squares with cool pixel art animations. If I can do that, it's worth putting more time into it. Okay? And like I said, this is like a mapless, menuless game. So if I was just to push F12, boss mode, right? Bringing it back. Okay, so let's just exit that, because this sort of game could be much, much more complicated. But I want to see what its limitations are before I start, going nuts. Okay, so we've got an assets folder, we've got a buildings folder. How's the Comfy UI coming on? Oh, it's nearly finished. All right, well, let's do a building next. Let's do the hospital. What's that? Construction? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's all of them? Huh? Obviously, I didn't actually even edit this yet. That's okay. So there are how many? 35? Okay. So 0... 35 hospital. So it's going to be all of them. They haven't been divided up into different things. Okay, Sprite Master, null command, MBG. Okay, off you go. So another one done. Explosions. I don't think that's going to be... I don't think we have any explosions. This is actually for the airplane project, and if you notice, my grid was off. So it kind of, the grid kind of went a bit weird, went a bit off. So that's unfortunate. But it's because of the sprite sheet was scuffed, not the process to cut them up. So... obviously, we don't have to do the enemies. So, hospital. Look at that. It's building it. I might have to get Command and Conquer again. It's too good. It's so wholesome. Quality gaming. So anyway, what I have here is the sprites being RemBG'd, because they all had, sprite sheets are often using a color mask, which is obviously subtracted. So yeah, we're just going to try and do RemBG so they're all actually transparent, and we'll use those transparent assets in our sprite sheet. It works. We did it for the planes. The planes only had, I think, 4 frame animations though, so this should be a little bit better. I love how they've just like painted over it with, they just kind of painted over it with a transparency brush, to make the destruction. Like they did redraw it. I'm not saying they didn't redraw it. I mean, you'll see in a minute. That was it. Maybe not. It's just doing the blinking thing now, which I don't use. Null command, DJZ, null command, assets. Right. Okay. And then we want to go to null command. Oh yeah, we've already got it there. Nuts. And that's the output. So I want to go to the output for my comfy. Oh, I'm doing it again. It's like force of habit. I can't stop myself, even though I make my life easier with tools. Can't help it. Alright. So, Sprite Master, null command. I probably just made it called something completely different. Whatever. Alright, so there we have the hospital being built. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So I already worked this out. Let me go back to my notes. I think it's 12. Controls theoretical. The theoretical controls. In theory, the game works. $49.99. Buy it on Steam. The best ad I ever did was please buy my free game, $10 on Steam. That was the best. That was so much fun. That campaign was the best. Like, buy my free game. Only $10 on Steam. Amazing. It was probably the best marketing campaign we did. You had 1,000 people pledge for Greenlight immediately. It was so funny. I think it's because we were making fun of what happens with all the other ones. It may crash your system and not work at all. I love this disclaimer. If you got that far and it actually ran, congratulations. Next goal, make it crash more. Make it crash more. Okay. Now, there was something I was looking for here, and that was the animation. So where's my art team notes? Art team. Where's my art team notes? God damn it. I guess it's here. Animation. Soldiers within thing. No, it's not this one. Where's the... Did you put it in here? No. Wait. No, that's for players. And it's missing the art team documentation. I must have lost it. Priority fixes, pipe dreams. Yeah, pipe dreams. He actually put a bunch of stuff in there, which was like, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm like, I never said any of this. Systems that exist. Yeah, art handoff. I've got it right there. I just can't read, guys. It's not an MD file. That's what it was. That's supposed to be an MD file. Okay, so anyway, I just want to make sure, because I think the building is... What? 9 frames? It's really bizarre. Building 01 through 09, so 8 frames. 8 frames to build it, 4 frames to idle it. Okay, 8 and 4. So so that means, see, that's not fully built. It's actually 12 frames. It's actually 12 frames, not 8. Annoying. Okay, so it's 12 frames, and then this is the idle animation. The last 4 are the idle animation. So how about I copy that and put it into, where is it? Buildings, hospital, construction, and then take the last 4 and put them into idle. I'll worry about the file names like later, because it's like it's more stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's more stuff. Maybe I'll do like one, so I've got an example. Yeah. I believe it's going to be called something like hospital build 01 through 09. Okay, so let's just call it hospital build. What I'll do is I'll name like the first file, and then that's like a note to me. Do the rest. You could probably write a script, but like some things don't deserve automation. You're just going to make your own life a nightmare if it does. Because if the automation makes your life easy, fine. But if it makes it worse because it goes wrong, there's no point, is there? Okay, cool. So now we're going to take this one as well. Hospital idle 01. So this is like the minimum amount of work, because I can come back to this folder and do the rest, right? No, and if, well, we'll see how the stream goes. I don't want to waste time on stuff unnecessarily. Okay, so we've got the idle in. Oh, that's annoying. It's reordered it. But those are still ordered correctly, so I can figure it out. It's not the end of the world. Just make sure I didn't mess that up over here. Yeah, it's fine. All right, cool. So then we have the rest. So soldiers. Player, soldier, idle, north. Man, this is going to take a while. Okay. Yeah, it's not divided into subdirectories, is it? It's just a file name. Yeah. And there's 6 frames. 1 through 6. Okay. Where's the folder gone? There. Okay, so we have all of our soldiers here. Let's do it by name. Can we do it by name? It should already be on name. It is on name? What the hell's going on with the naming here? Starts there. Death. Soldier death. That's all soldier. All that. It's only 152. No big D. Okay. Player soldier. Player soldier is in. I'll worry about the naming later. So that means I just need to get the enemy soldier MBG'd. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be starting with word enemy, so it'll be easy to split out. Where the hell is my comfy UI gone? Comfy, comfy, comfy. Dude, where's my browser? This isn't even the right one either. Are we going to have more problems? Here we go, we found it, we found it. It's like comfy hiding again. Right. Man, is it nearly coffee time already? I swear I just chugged an entire pint. Alright, well. Can't argue with fate. So what are we going to do? We're going to say enemy soldier. And then enemy get up. Whoops. So enemy get up. How many are there? 31. So, no, 31. There we go. That should be good. Enemy, get up, go. Next. Enemy idle. Enemy idle. How many? 15. Run it. Next. Fire prone. Fire prone. Enemy fire. Fire prone. 48 in there. Bloody hell. But then that is the firing one. That's the important one. Fire prone, 0, 48. Go. Get down. Gotta get down to fire prone. 0. Get down. Get down. Makes sense if they hit the ground when they're being fired at as well, wouldn't it? Enemy, get down. Get down. Sprite cells. How many are there? 31. Zero, get down, 31, go. Enemy death. Enemy death. Yep. 0. How many are there? 15. Go. Classic tune. Enemy fire. Put the path back to 0. Enemy fire. And how many? 48, of course. That would just be the math of the number of states. Sorry. Number of frames times by number of cardinals, which is 6 times 6. Should be 36, actually. I wonder why it's more. Well, we'll find out. Off it goes. Back to 0. Enemy crawl. It's like prone, but you move. The streets are crawling with Romans. 48. He's ready to go. Off you go, son. That's 187 in the queue. 128 by 128. He looks pretty good. God knows what he's doing. Doesn't look like he's changing much. Maybe he's doing a salute. Okay. Save that workflow. Got rid of that. Alright, done. I'm just thinking out loud now. Once I've got these files in the right place, it's just a bit of naming. Just a bit of naming. And there's room to add more buildings as well. I was thinking about like auto turrets, but I want to be like, I want to use the people really, you know what I mean? If you have like turrets that are really too good, you don't even need the guys anymore. So I'd like the guys to be, because it's like, basically, real-time strategy is effectively tower defense, but the towers can move. That's really what it is. So it's sort of like, obviously it gets more complicated than that, but in essence, you have movable towers. And they animate like people and have a range like a gun does, and now it's real-time strategy. I was actually thinking about putting Fog of War into the desktop. As if you have to keep moving your mouse around the screen to stop the Fog of War encroaching and covering your desktop, or like put scouts around the screen to stop the Fog of War from covering it up. I've just been coming up with fun things to do which just require a mouse and nothing else, you know what I mean? Mouse and the occasional like shift click to stop it from being every time you click, you know? So you got like some control over what's going on, but oh, look at that, he's crawling. It looks good when it's done. So like they're going to be like that big on the screen, like that big. It's like you can barely even see them. But graphics are graphics, so you know. So let's see. What else can we do? AI is basic, wonky, and there's no polish. There's no graphics. Probably crashes if you look at it wrong. Hey, I didn't tell him to take the piss. What the hell? What's all this? You gonna let him talk to you like that? So yeah, he's happily churning away with doing that now. Yeah, pixel art, that's what it is. There's no red cross, it's green. Because the red cross is real, you're not allowed to use a red cross. They get annoyed actually and sue you. Okay. So we have the player soldier, which just needs renaming. Even though I'm a little bit worried about it, because it's sort of like... Oof. Oh no. I think he's dead. How come... So there's 15 frames for the death one. I mean, the animations are solid, but there's too many frames. What I'm thinking is that certain animations, instead of having like northeast, southwest, the 8 cardinals, it'll just have one. So like idle, if he's idling, he'll always face the same way. I think that's what the best thing to do is. Because to be honest, there is only one. I'm not going to pretend like I can redraw these from 7 extra angles. It's like, no. It's like, what are you trying to do, man? So how many frames are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, he's changed. Look, he changed direction. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So 4. Yeah, there's some extra frames. 1, 2, he didn't move. 3, he moved. 4, he didn't move. Now it's a different angle. So wait, so actually, 1, that's the same frame. There's actually only 2 frames to get down, but there's 8 directions. Someone's messaging me. Stop messaging me! God damn it, hit that mute button. There you go. It's all good. Ah, monsieur, je suis live. Mon ami. So, perhaps turrets stop working without near soldier. Ah, now there's an interesting one. I like that, Fernicar. Make sure so the turrets don't work if they're not manned. Woohoo! Soldiers need a reward for conquer more land. Oh, I see. Well, at the moment, I'm thinking of it like super basic. But in fact, this is a good point to sort of talk about the game design aspect. Because I kind of like glossed it, you know, and it's an important aspect of what we're doing. So allow me to introduce the most advanced Microsoft suite for planning that exists. That's right. It's the paint. Le paint. Okay? Okay. Let me just get a brush. Marker pen in orange, please. Hey, 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 hey. What's that? Is that the size of it? Yeah, that's just about the size of it. Okay. So, in all game design, I'm sure you've all played a lot of games, right? Oh, that's a point. I need to remind. Memories. Memories. What are they? Memories. Oh shit, she's got a much better voice than me. I should shut up. So yeah, I'm just typing. Yeah, that's the bad boy. I just remembered I have the Command & Conquer Remastered Collection on Steam, and I have all of the open source tools. You know, it's funny how I'm like a hoarder of software. I've got tools that go back to like modding Tiberian Sun with dial-up backed up. I've still got it because I did a load of stuff. You know, I used to make Duke Nukem 3D custom maps, and we'd literally upload them to FTP because there was no internet. I had a dial-up card. Oh my god. Anyway, good times. So anyway, this song always makes me nostalgic for some reason. Classic, I guess. So, game design. So remember, we have a hospital. That is our base, yeah? So until we put that down, and we can put it down anywhere as well, yeah? We can't spawn any people, and the enemy won't attack. So the enemy is always going to attack from the opposite side of the screen. So if I click here, enemy will spawn here, right? And then the person is going to come out. He's going to come out to there, and then I can click on him and move him. Now at the moment, I need to do a bunch of like QOL updates, like, oh, they can't stand in the same place. They walk about in a formation, you know, like a collision avoidance and squad, you know, schools, yeah? They move in groups. But that's not what I wanted to talk about, because that's pretty simple. Zanelli says, I don't play games. Yeah, I don't play games anymore either much. I must admit, I have to force myself to like actually just relax and take some time off. But yeah, like I say, if I have enemies, right? Enemies, and then I have friendlies. Right? How can we balance this? Okay, that's what I want to talk about. How can we balance this? Because it's all well and good saying, okay, we're just going to allow you to respawn forever. Right now, they have equal HP. Yeah? Equal HP. Now, every time you click, 3 spawn. Wow, why does green look so bad compared to every other colour? So 3 spawn, 1 spawn. So at each time you click, every time you click the hospital, you get 1 friendly, but 3 enemies come. So that right there is totally scuffed. Yeah? Because you're just going to lose, aren't you? But will you, though? Because what I could do is I could turn around and say, okay, these guys do 1 damage each. Yeah? These guys do 3 damage each. Yeah? Why don't I just type damage again, Johnson? DMG. Okay? You can't even read that, goddammit. You can't even read it. Useless junk. Should we try using text? Yeah, just use text. Say, let's see. Spawn rate equals 3. Spawn rate equals 1. Okay, spawn rate equals 1. So now we go back to the old Reddit and we'll say damage equals 1. So like, you know, suggested fix, you know what I'm saying? To try and suggested rebalancing, yeah? And this one would be damage equals 3. So, do you know what I mean? Like, instead of trying to rebalance the spawn rate, instead rebalance the damage. And it makes it more fun too, because instead of getting overrun every time, you'll think that you'll feel like your guys are really good shots. You'll be like, yeah, my guys are really powerful. Look at me. You know, it gives you a bit of fun, right? Your guys are strong, right? In addition, there is another element here. Every time I click on this, it spawns 3 enemies and gives me 1 friendly. So by adjusting the damage up, we've tried to give parity. We've tried to give a balance here, yeah? But that's not enough, is it? Because if I don't click on the hospital, I don't get another person, but I still get another 3 guys coming out. So actually, this doesn't balance it. It looks like it does, but I might click the screen 10 times and only click on the hospital once. So actually, we still need to make our soldiers even more overpowered, yeah? And so my next solution for that is these guys get 1 HP, these guys get 10. So straight out the gate, yeah, we're addressing the issues. And we're giving ourselves levers which we can adjust in future if we find that it's actually too much, right? So, obviously, health. I'll say health, hit points, HP, whatever you want to call it, yeah? Equals 1. Because these guys have the numbers. These guys are the Zerg swarm, right? Health equals 10. Now that might seem overpowered, but it's still actually not enough. It's still actually not enough. And I will also point out that friendlies which are near the hospital get a healing over time bonus as well. So if you're like out in the field, you can lose guys a lot more than if you're defending the base. So we've already got that element built in. But the way I'm going to make this, I'm going to give them a defense stat next. I actually want the defense stat to be different if they're lying down than if they're standing up. So like it should be a 50% reduction if they're lying down. So, but that applies to both sides. So we're going to put this in purple. Let me just make a little thing here. uh, 50% reduction when prone. damage. That applies to both sides, though. Do you know what I mean? Like a kind of line of sight type thing. You know, everyone gets it, right? But wait, there's more. So what I think... Hey, what's this? And Ellie says, you shouldn't believe me. I played through all of Injustice watching the stream. Hey, to be honest, mate, pick a game that's long and start watching my lives from the episode 1. Yep. We've out-timed them now by a multiplier. It's like a multiplier. How many times can I finish Mass Effect 3 while watching Scuffed Epoch live shows? How many times? I don't know. What is the longest game in existence? I would imagine it's a Final Fantasy game. But I don't know. I would imagine it's a JRPG. Like 2,000 hours or something. Or maybe it's Train Simulator. Anyway, so spawn rate 3, damage 1, health 1. Spawn rate 1, damage 3, health 10. Now, I don't want to make them like super overpowered, yeah? But I feel like I might still have to buff them again. I don't want to give them double damage straight away, because that kind of messes up this. See, if I was to give friendlies double damage, the 50% reduction is kind of like pointless. Do you know what I mean? Because like, oh, he's lying down, but he gets double damage. I've just cancelled it out. Zeus says, how many pics I'm going to fail to generate properly in one show? I think I can give you the data. Yeah, the paint crash course is real. We like to pull out paint. It's the fun. It's the best. It's the best. Right. Microsoft Paint is the best Microsoft software. Change my mind. Okay. Let me see. Because it's a classic. You can't beat it. It's a classic. It's literally got its own aesthetic. You could say paint style and people know what you mean. A paint style image. A paint style diagram. So yeah, in fact, fun fact, back in SD 1.5 and 2.1 days, I used to use the word MS Paint in block capitals in the negative prompt, and it will make your images better. MS Paint in the negative. Doesn't really work so well nowadays, but you don't need to do that stuff now with the more modern models. So I think there's still something I can do here. I don't want to be so hacky as to say spawn rate 2. I don't want to make them... I could make them faster. I could make them move a bit quicker. But I don't want it to be like double. So I reckon... New parameter, everybody. And do you know what the funny thing is about game design? It's literally turning these into parameters, and then that's it. That's how the game works. Yeah? So we're going to say speed equals 3. Yeah? So whatever speed it is, we're going to call that 3. And then we're going to give this guy speed 5. So it's not double, it's a little bit less than double. I mean, I might even say speed 4, so it's like 25%. I think that's fair. It's not too overpowered, you know. It's a little bit of an advantage in a clinch or a pinch. It's and like I said, this is just basics, guys. I'm not trying to like revolutionize anything here. Everybody has to do this. I'm just saying like ways to address the gameplay to make it more fun, even though all you really have is 2 units. I also think that perhaps they can actually damage the hospital, and then maybe it can die, and then you can make another one and start the game over, and so then it's like an infinite idle clicker type game. Because there's no score, do you know what I mean? It hasn't been developed in that direction. Zeus says they made Paint 3D, which wasn't bad, but then pulled it. and you've still got it on your work PC. Yeah, do you know what? I was wondering where that was the other day. I was like, what the hell happened to that? It's like every time they bring out something good, they can it. Think about it. It's true. Everything Microsoft has ever made that was good, they've basically canned or called it something else, which is now not good. You know? Like what? Microsoft Office. They actually managed to break Microsoft Word. It's like... I'd rather use Notepad, you know. I'm surprised they haven't broken Excel. That's probably the next thing. Like formulas stop working because they like try to reinvent the wheel again. Yeah. Reality is they probably don't know how to write Excel from scratch anymore, so it's kind of like more of custodian type role I think they have up there. So I think that pretty much, yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. Whoa.
Yeah, on the budget.
Save! Oh my god. Click, 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 nothing. Okay. This will be null command balance plan. Believe it or not, my personal phone is a Windows phone. I didn't even know they still made Windows phones. I thought they were all Nokia now or something. Or maybe I got that remembered backwards. Is it all Nokias or Windows phones now? I don't know. So anyway, that is how I plan to address that one there. Let's just check the comfy. He's finished. Look at that. We've got a crouching soldier. Good times. So I get rid of that now. And let's get back to the folders. There we go. Oh boy. Right. So enemy. Oh my God. There's so many. Enemy sprites. Enemy sprites. Player soldier. Enemy soldier sprites. 326. It's alright, guys. Don't worry about me. I'll figure it out. Oh my God. How many are there in here? Okay, so we got 236 in enemy soldier. And we got 152 in player soldier. Why are there more frames in? I'm a little bit worried about that. Okay. So null command is coming along nicely, guys. It's coming along nicely. Oh my goodness me. Anus. That's what he keeps saying. So what are we doing? Okay, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, null command. So now we actually have the assets. Okay, close that. So art handoff. So so basically in my own time, I've got to rename those images. I'll probably write a script to do it, guys. It's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of them. I'll probably write a script for this, but it might not be possible. I wonder if we can get this one done. This one I can actually do right now, and we can see if it works. The buildings, not the people. So hospital build 01. Yeah. Stop doing the thing and do the thing. Yeah, 2. Yeah. Ah, you nut stain. Right, wait for it. There. 3. Three. 4. My God, that's annoying. Jumps down to the bottom every time. Scroll back up. 6. 7. What? 7. Awkward. 9. 10. Crap. 11. And finally, 12. There. Okay, and then for the idle, two, 3, 4. Okay, so hospital so build actually has 12 frames. Okay, so we can now implement and test the building sprites for the animation. Yes. Let's reword that. We can now implement the building sprites, which are now correctly named and in the expected location at assets. What the hell are you doing looking at that shit? Assets? Just assets, just the folder. Alright, what about this? Buildings. Come on, man. Buildings. How are you linking all this crap? Buildings. Okay, buildings, hospital. Nothing. I spelt it wrong. Come on, guy. I'm just trying to find the empty folder link. It's not there. Assets, buildings, hospital. Do I have to put null command first? Okay. Null command, yeah. Hospital, yeah. Where is it? It won't let me pick the folder. Alright, fine. I'm just going to let him figure it out because it's being awkward. Correctly named and in the expected location. The building animation has 12 frames. The idle animation, which will loop after the building is built, is 4 frames. It's annoying that I can't. I mean, I guess he'll find them in the right place, but it's kind of like what. I got an idea. I'll do it with a relative link instead. Yeah. You annoyance. Right. Expected location. Boop. That's not the full path, is it? Copy path. I must have hit the wrong one by accident. Okay. That's better. Contains the images. Alright, let's go. Oh. Okay. Check. We can test that the building animations are working. In this update. In this version update. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, don't forget to like the stream. I'm sure most of you already have, but thank you very much if you do. That's hilarious. We've been streaming 4 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm like, hey, like the stream, guys. It's the top priority, mate, is getting all them likes. See, I got this special arrangement where I can pay my rent with likes. Pretty cool, huh? No, I don't. Nobody does. Construction, 12 frames. Building, create building manager class. Similar to sprite manager, but for buildings. Load and cache building sprites. Fallback placeholder. So it used to have 9. Now it's 12. Construction, 12 frames, 8 ticks, 1.6 seconds. 4 frames, 8 ticks, looping. 8 ticks per frame. Yeah, that's pretty good. As long as it's not on tick. I've told you about that before. Do not do things on tick. Do not. I mean, you can do some... You can, but it's like, why? You could have an event. Like when the user clicks something or something happens, that can spawn an event. And those things can happen regular enough that you don't need tick. I suppose it depends, doesn't it? Depends what you're doing. But yeah, the funny thing about this is this whole project is like disguised. It's like a stealth project because we're actually testing 8-directional frame-based animation with 6 states. We're doing it in .NET because AI is cursed and it doesn't care what language it's writing in. But it does mean we get to mess around with C#, which is kind of nice. Because, you know, I've done a lot in Python, a lot of Node.js and all that. And I'm an HTML guy, really. The language I write is HTML, CSS. That's what I've always been good at. But it's like people don't think of it as a language anymore, if you know what I mean. They're like, oh, you make websites. It's like, it's not like, it's not, yeah. It's kind of funny. It's not looked at like a prestigious language, but it's probably one of the more valuable ones. Especially now. Because with AI, all you really need is HTML. So, Thurnikar says, MS software that's actually interesting. VS Code, Minesweeper, Space Cadet Pinball. I was sold at Space Cadet Pinball, Thurnikar. In fact, is that still here? Space Cadet Pinball. How is that not in Windows anymore? It's in the Microsoft DOS zone. It's in DOS. What? It's not in Windows 10. Full tilt pinball, man. Space Cadet. How to get it on Windows 11. Are you joking? Download this 3D Pinball Space Cadet EXE from groovypost.com. Thanks, Bing. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, Microsoft GitHub, but didn't they just buy GitHub, though? I'll admit VS Code. VS Code, I use that every day. I use VS Code every day. So, yeah. Yeah, you can build that, my guy. Not running, cool. Alright, let's give it a run. You, stop talking. Oi, stop it, we haven't tested it yet. Oi. Right, let's test and see what happens, shall we? So we'll get rid of all this. We're going to build it right in the middle here. Boom. That's not the sprites. What the hell? He hasn't even tried. Right, I need to, excuse me, we just need to beat some Claude. Severe Claude. Oi! You didn't do it. Claude. Okay. The hospital is spawning with the fallback sprites. No, with the fallback graphics. Not the animated sprites located inside at building null command assets. Oh, now you could look. See, a minute ago you wouldn't let me do it. Now he can do it. Inside null command assets, buildings, hospital, construction. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. We must use the animated and then we say we can investigate the cause for the fallback. So it's not actually a bug, okay? It's fallen back to procedurally generated graphics when it couldn't find the sprites. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Let me just kill that for a second. It's funny, but I'm like, you might anticlimactic. Wait, what? I found the issue. The code is looking for assets relative to executable, but when running .NET Run, the executable is in bin debug the assets. Okay. So that means that I could copy the assets there, though? Hang on. So the solution is copy assets to output directory. Yeah, that's the easiest way. Yeah. Just copy the assets with the exe. So get rid of that. Yep, right. So assets, copy, distribution, null command, light. Is that it? Which one is it? Hang on. I don't know which one it is. Yeah, which one is it? Null command, bin, debug. Yeah, it's a different one. Bin, debug, net. Okay, put them here and run it again. Hello. Wakey, what the? You can't do that because it doesn't exist. Yeah, we're already there, aren't we? I can't wait for the intelligent command line that goes, oh, you entered this, but I know you meant this. Because you're a monkey and you entered the wrong thing again. You know? Okay. Monkey. So, oh yeah, that's right. So we're in but we're in test mode right now. So let's get everything out of the way. So, oh, sheesh. Whoa. Hey-oh. Ha-ha. It 100% works, guys. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So next we're going to get the sprites to actually work. This building needs to be bigger. It needs to be bigger. But it's working. It's idling as well. Oh, this is going to work. Okay, right. I need to kill the game. Look at that. I'm going to send my guys. Oh no, they're coming from the other side. Oh no, disaster. Right, come on, take them out, guys. We haven't done the rebalancing or anything like that. Oh no, there was only one guy and he got whipped. Quick, regroup. No, reinforce. Reinforce again. Yeah, you're going to get taken down. But I'm going to get whipped by the next one. Uh-oh. Yeah, the game's majorly unfairly imbalanced against me. Like, big time. Oh, no. And also, I think the commands are a bit weird as well. Like, you have to press shift to interact with the game. We should keep this always on top as well, so then it looks like the soldiers are going inside and then it blows up or something. So you got to stop them getting in there. But yeah, like there's an insane amount of infantry coming from my hospital right now. But yeah, that actually works. That actually works. I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that. So yeah, like I said, like that's the sort of thing I need, the motivation to like, you know, actually do the work to get all them sprites renamed, because now I know it's going to work. So like I said, it's like inspiring to put that time into the project, you know. One thing I would say though is there's a couple of things. The rebalancing I was talking about, that needs to happen. I think something which is like immediately more useful. So let me just back this up real quick. So yeah, we're going to do a compress to zip. It's going to call it null command 0.1 or something. V 0.5.0. Yeah, we're going to use a little. I need another dash for a little v. Okay, kill that. Go back in. So yeah, I think that building is too small. I'm not bothered about the layer ordering stuff right now, but it's too small. So I'm thinking, double check what it thinks it should be, because it did give me the art team notes, gives me all the dimensions. So where's the notes? It's probably at the very top, like the first thing he says. 64 by 64 pixels square. And it's recommended 128. So I think, yeah. The size of the hospital in early versions was 64 by 64. However, once the artworks were completed, we decided to increase the structure size to 128 by 128. We can adjust the code, the logic, to accommodate the larger size of the hospital during construction and idle by matching the new larger dimensions. Sounds like a load of waffle, right? It's like the most waffly way you could say it, but it gets a good hit rate, so I'm going to keep doing it. Open source on GitHub, in the Microsoft GitHub. There's tons of old tech still relevant. Interesting. So what you're saying is we need to unleash Claude on the ancient Microsoft free code base, the open source Microsoft code base. So let's have a look at what he said. Assets not loading. 2. Hospital size. Currently assumes 164. It's actually 128. I wouldn't mind double the building size. Minus 32, minus 64. Currently 64 should be 128. Yeah. The click detection. Yeah. Okay. Create hospital. Update hospital. Handle click. Building manager. Verify hospital sprites load. What? Okay, he's just trying to sound fancy there. Verify that the sprites load. Yeah, cool. Get on with it. It's like somebody, like, you know, you hired someone to do a bunch of work for you and he's like, well, I got to wash my hands first. And you're like, yeah, but not if you take 10 minutes to wash your hands. And you got to do it every hour. Well, listen, if it's like hygiene related job, fine. But what if he just writes reports with a pen? That's not, you know? It's funny. I used to be like, oh, I'll go through and I'll find those variables and I'll change them. But this is quicker. He'll actually find it and change it quicker. I mean, I suppose if you were like turbocharged fingers with the Control F, you know? But I still don't think, because it's like he can open multiple files and folders and just... You can't beat the speed. You can beat the accuracy, but you can't beat the speed. No way. No way, Jose. Like, you'd have to be a regex pro. Like, the Rain Man of regex. He could probably beat... But he might not know what to type, though. nullcommand.net build. Because, like I said, I don't know C#. I don't know C#. I deliberately chose this because I don't know C#. You can say, oh, but it's just like the other C. It's not. It might be close, but it's not. It's really not. Null command, I love it. Null command sounds like an error. Change from graphics to assets to ensure sprites are copied to the relevant output directory. Oh, okay, so, okay. So it looks like it would have worked if I just put it into the graphics folder, but at some point I changed the folder name to assets. That's probably me. Resolve development versus production path. I think because I work on multiple projects all day, you know, maybe one of them it was assets and the other one it was graphics, and then I've come to one that was graphics and changed it to assets mid-development and just forgotten about it. Yeah, C# because it's edgier. Yeah, it's more edgy. Yeah, C. Yeah, because C++ is so 2005. Like, what are we talking? So funny, dude. Resolved development versus production. Assets now accessible. Oh yeah, let's test it. Ready? Control, click. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, okay. It looks like some of my idle animation is actually part of the building animation, because the idle animation is making the building pump like pump, pump, pump. But I'm okay with this. Oh shit, they're coming. They're coming for my buns. We need to sort out... Oh! Uh-oh. Oh no! Uh-oh. We can no longer click on person. That's not good. Well, the game's over. Boss button still works. Exit. So yeah, it looks like we got a problem with not being able to click on people. Claude! What have you done? He increased the size of my hospital and broke clicking on things. Hold. It says spawn soldiers. Hold shift and click on hospital to spawn soldiers. Yeah. But yeah, okay. Since the last change, we cannot select soldiers once they spawn from the hospital. Look into it, Claude. Figure it out. See, the thing is, it making the building spawn and loop like that is an easy win. I knew it would be able to do that. The real question is, can it run, you know, 6 frame animations on 6s? So it's 6 frames on 6s. It's kind of a strange thing to say, but it slows the animation down. So every 6 frames it increases, you know, does the next frame. Usually you'd be on 4s, but it's like low frame rate, so... And it works out to like 4 frames per second, so that means every second and a half it loops. Remove the rectangle base selection. Yeah. Update deselection logic to work with sprites. Ah, we need a deselection. It's still trying to highlight the rectangle visual element, but the soldiers now use image sprites instead. Yeah. Ah, no pointer! Yep. In select soldier, the code no longer works. The fix. If soldier is selected, soldier sprite image effect. New drop shadow, yellow glow. Alright. We can enhance the selection mechanic by making by using control to alone to deselect any selected soldiers. So if I just tap control, because I'm using shift to do everything, so if I hit control, it deselects. Just control on its own. I'm just looking for buttons that aren't going to like interfere with the rest of the computer. Do you know what I mean? You'd have to be very unlucky to mess that up. So shift click on hospital spawns a soldier. Shift click on a soldier selects the soldier. Control click anywhere deselects all selected soldiers, and click gives an order to move. So we've still got all of the functionality we need. It's going to do a yellow glow around the unit you've picked, and they move in groups of 5. Selected soldiers get yellow glow effect already implemented. Remove the rectangle. Deselect all, new method. Control key, control deselection. Yep. That's good. That's good. It's very good. It's better than I had hoped. Let's see if it works. So that's the joke. We actually broke it because it was requiring us to click on a pre-generated, on a procedurally generated asset. And obviously when we go to sprites, they don't exist, do they? Interesting. Hell yeah. How are we doing over this side? Let me guess. It got halfway through doing something and stopped because I've been like working hard. Oh no, he's finished. Alright, I can shut that down then. Shut that down, shut that down, shut that down. What's this? You shut that down. Shut that down. Yeah, shut that down. Da -da 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 -da. Shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. Shut it down, shut it down. Wait. Yep. Oh, shut it down. Comfy's still running. Yeah. I said shut it down. There we go. It's funny as hell. It's like, no, I don't want to shut down. I'm a real boy. Let's run it. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. We have a hospital. We have a soldier. We click the soldier. Nope, nope, nope. Can't click the soldier. Uh-oh. What the? Oh dear. That's not working, is it? It's clever though. So, okay. Okay. I believe the... what's it called? The hospital sprite is blocking selection of the soldier. The player soldier. We can investigate and potentially spawn the soldier further away. Also, we can implement collision avoidance to prevent soldiers of either type occupying the same space. That'll be fun. If we're going to break it, let's break it. I've just got a funny feeling that since we put that new hospital in, it's not, because we still can't, it's convinced, right? And that makes me think that there's something going on with the where you've built that building. You can click on it, we know that, but it can't, for some reason it's blocking. Because I'm thinking, if it's 128 by 128 and it looks horizontal, it looks, you know what I mean, it looks like wide, that means that there's an invisible box which is both above and below the asset, which that player is there, and then of course you've got an invisible layer that's preventing him from being clicked on. But that's just my hunch from having seen that in Gamedev many times. So let's see. Only 80 pixels below hospital center. Click area overlaps with spawn area. Yeah, I was right. Currently, soldiers can stack on top of each other with no spatial awareness. So, fix 1. Move the soldiers further away. Then you can click them. That's why, by the way, do you ever wonder why the unit always marches out of the building like a certain place and then stops? You can actually change it as well, but you'll note you can't make him come out closer. And yeah, blocking issues. So anyway, is position occupied? Find nearest free position. Get soldier collision radius. Return 20 pixels for 32 by 32 sprites. I think they're going to be 64 by 64. Actually, let me just double check what they are right now. Player soldier. Soldier. Where is he? What is he? Oh my god. It's 128 by 89. Right. This is another point here. Where's paint? See, sometimes paint's actually is just the best. I don't care. Sometimes paint is the best. Okay, look, check this out, right? You see the problem? Because of this massive gap here, yeah? Do you have any idea how big this guy... So a bullet, let's say a bullet hits this bottom corner. Do you think that's a hit or a miss? That's a hit. Do you think... Now, it's possible to use the alpha as so that only the pixels are a hitbox. But that's more... requires compute, requires more programming. So often what it is it's, you know what I mean? So it might be that I have to actually crop out these. I have to recrop these. Because like I said, at the moment, we've got a 128 pixel transparent box. And then we've got a 28, like a 32 pixel guy in the middle. Yeah, Texas-sized hitboxes, yeah. Yeah. So obviously testing will prove whether... My hunch is that it's going to be simple. It's not going to understand the transparency, and the whole image is the hitbox, right? It's kind of normal. So normally what we would do is we would extract these sprites, this bit here, and it would be at the bottom of the image, centered. That's normally what we do. So obviously this was made for a different game engine, right? But yeah, so obviously my plan is to rename all of these. If we have to crop them all, I can get Comfy to crop from the top edge. It's not even hard. Just crop top edge, center. You know, it's not going to be hard. However, I'd rather not. Do you know what I mean? Because whenever you do anything like that, you risk moving the layer and then it won't line up, and then you've got one frame in the animation that's garbage. I think that's probably going to happen anyway. Because I have to manually like get rid of these blues, and I probably won't. Florence can give you the hitbox as data. Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking a batch crop job is how I would do it. The reason I came in to check though is because the game thinks that it's 32 by 32, but actually it's 128 by 89, which is weird. Like 128, 89. So let's do something like this and just see what it looks like. This isn't going to get saved, by the way. I'm just trying to get an idea. So that would be 45 by... I reckon 64 by 64 is probably the best shout. That is 63. 64. I know he's not centered, but I'm just trying to get a feel for this. Go on, one more pixel. 64 by 64. He's not centered, so it's crap. And you can't just auto-center animations. You have to use something like this, which would actually have a next, back, forward, and an overlay playback for the animation. And you can see, you know, what's been changed from one frame to the next in the preview. So it enables you to make sure the animation actually lines up. Because he might move around inside here. But yeah, that's more like what you want. Obviously, he would be like... Whoa. An error occurred. Alright, I didn't even do anything yet. Calm down. Oh my god. So it would be like, you know what I mean? You'd probably put it like that. You'd probably put it more in the middle. That's about it. Right? But the thing is, like I said, all the frames would have to be moved like that. Right? Which isn't... No. Crop once. What's it called? Measure twice, crop once. Test twice, fucking crop once. Anyway, not the other way round, which is like a nightmare. Oh, he's shooting. Kind of. Crawling and firing, maybe? I don't know. We've got loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Firing guns. They're like red berets. Let's see. Get rid of that. So, implement collision avoidance. Let's go. Oh, yeah. AI's murderous intent. She doesn't want to make the hospital work. I only just saw that one. How are we doing over here? Hey, what are we doing? Oh, no! Arms for the poor. Arms, sir. Arms for the poor. There's a token shortage. And no one's telling you the truth. Open router.ai. We need to spend more money. More money now. I need credits. Got any more of them credits? Thank you very much, matey boys. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. There you go. Just needed a gentle pummeling to get us over the line there. I love the first prompt. The art assets are ready and we're all scratching our heads wondering, where did the image go? Where does image... How does image... C#? Question mark? Is the invoice from credits deductible from your taxes? No, but technically, everything I do is research or education or, yeah. So it depends. It depends. I think that what's going to happen, because this is all very new stuff, okay? What I think is going to happen is the government is going to pay it off. They're going to allow you to deduct it at first. And then after a year or two, they're going to be like, we'll only give you 50% on AI services, or we'll only give you 25% on AI services. Because the thing is, it's like this, right? Say I need to buy a laptop, right? Say I'm running my business. I need to buy a laptop so I can do work for my company, yeah? That's an acceptable business expense. But they don't give you the money back. That's not, you can claim the tax back. Say there's like added tax, like sales tax or something. They'll let you claim that back off your company. But what happens is it goes down as a cost. So you don't get the money back. You spent the money. But basically your profit is determined depending on, you subtract the costs. And then what money you made, that's profit, right? So what you can do is you can put in for costs for certain things. Some things, again, like I was saying, it's a percentage. It's not the full amount, So like, say I owe the government 20 grand in tax. I can't just go and buy a car for 20 grand with my company and just be like, well, we didn't make any money and I have this new car now because I need this new car to work. Like, like you can try and do stuff like that, but they won't give you 100%, right? And the thing is that you can make the argument that if I need a laptop to do my job, I need AI credits to do my job. I can't do it without them, right? So you can make that argument that they are business costs, but you've got to provide paperwork for it all. What's the pros and cons of a government with 15% versus another with 30%? Well, actually, they obfuscate the true cost with lots and lots and lots of stealth taxes, stealth regulations, and all kinds of rules. So, whenever they tell you a hard number, it ain't that. So if the government says it's 45% for your income, it ain't. It's more. It's a lot more. It always is. Everybody knows it. Even if you're like a minimum worker, minimum wage, right? You don't get your wage though. You know what I mean? Because X, Y, and Z weren't enough hours. Maybe you were late one day. Yeah. So as a if they say, it's 15% versus 30%, I'd be like trying to find out what that really means before I even make a judgment on it. I'll be real with you. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pros and cons. Exactly. Yeah. Because you're like, what's the pros and cons of a gov with 15 versus with 30? So, for example, a high tax rate government might provide you additional protections that aren't afforded in the 15%. And also, the 15% might actually come with additional regulations and laws that could cause fines, which would equal more than the difference in the percent rate. So then you end up paying the 30 because they're not going to mess you around. So, do you see what I mean? But like I said, we're getting into super business advice right here. This is super. To be honest, Claude Deep Research. Claude Deep Research. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Do everything now. Okay, Claude. I'm just going to take your question right there. I'm going to say... there is actually an AI tax. There was, right. During COVID, there was an R&D tax relief that was worth up to 100%. I was like, what? Yeah. If you have an accountant, they will do stuff like this. If you don't have an accountant, how would you know? How would you know about this bullshit loophole that just came out? You don't. You can't. It's not really a loophole either. You're supposed to actually get... Yeah, most of your paycheck is siphoned by side costs. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. You go to your job with your car. Exactly. See, I'll be real though. I own my car. And I own a 15-year-old car. And it's amazing. It's the best car I've ever owned. But that way it's cheaper as well. I'm not paying monthly, you know. But you're right though. Car, fuel, insurance, road tax. Yeah. It does cost. The idea is that you make enough money that it all pans out. But yeah, that's a balancing act for another day, right? To discuss. So let's see. Okay, what's the pros and cons of Gov with... I'm going to type it in verbatim, as verbatim as I can. What's the pros and cons of Gov with 15% versus another 30%? And I'll say tax. Fuel has no tax in your country. Wow. You lucky bugger. Fuel has no tax? It's like 80% tax in my country. Cons, limited government services, inequality concerns, deficit risks, underinvestment in public... Yeah, so you move to a cheap country with a low tax rate and then your kids grow up with a shitty education because the schools are all falling apart. This is an extreme example, but that's what he's saying here. Yeah? But the thing is, if you were rich and you moved to a low-tax country, you're going to hire a tutor for your kids. They're not going into the state school system. You know, or you'll send them back to your home country, right? Like, send them to board at Oxford. Whatever, right? Just saying. My kids went to public school. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, if you're like that kind of guy, you've got the money, it's probably what you would do. And then 30% tax rate. Cons, reduced work incentive, economic drag, competitiveness issues, complexity and compliance costs. Basically everything that we were talking about. It's everything we were talking about. Yeah. It's a gift and a curse. I would say beware of the monkey paw, which will grant you wishes, but will also curl up and curse you. You know, it's that same thing. The grass is always greener. You know, I live in a high tax country, but at the same time, it's nice as long as you don't live in the city. Right. Spicy. So have we've built. Let's run it. I want to see this animation. I want to see this thing work. Okay. Do you know what? If I wasn't starving, I'd probably sit here for another 2 hours, but we're reaching a very natural end point. I just want to see this work. Look at this. Soldier collision radius. Pathfinding angles. Dude. No longer blocked by hospital. Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. Okay. Cool, I got a hospital. Now, give me soldier. Let me click soldier. Let me move soldier. I can select him, but I can't move. God damn it. 1 step forward and 2 steps back. We got 5. Do we get... Where's the 5th soldier going to go? You can't even select him. These guys are supposed to move as a group, by the way. They spawn 5s and then move as a group. Oh my goodness me. Okay, do you want to know what the next problem is? Look at this. The enemies are no longer moving. It's like 1 step forward and 2 steps back. I love it. It reminds me of HTML development in 1996. It's quite precise, but I'm right. Oh, man. So what are we going to do? Claude! God damn it, Claude. Okay. I'm going to say... do you know what? As it's getting ropey now... Like I say, this is what I was saying just now. It's time to make 0.7.5. These are just convenient, like, restore points, really. I just old school, guys. Look, there it is. I know what it is. I can do this every time. I treat backup and saving projects like save scumming in a video game, okay? If I get progress, I save it. If I don't, I bin it and go back. It's just save scumming. If you've played a video game where you know, take a save and then reload it every time you die, you know, like that's what you call save scumming, right? That's basically what development is. If you're good at that, you'll be good at this. There's no difference. You just got to be like a hoarder of zip files. You can delete them all when you're done, if you care. But actually, they also form a very nice chain that proves all the work that you did if anyone ever queries it. So yeah, there's that too. But so what I'm going to do is we're going to put this one on pause. Because like I said, this could just go on forever. Oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. That's vibe coding, right? Ultimately, when you see this repo go live, you'll know it works because I finished. But the real test here is animated textures, buildings, real-time strategy mechanics, and then the big goal for this particular project is figuring out state-based animation system with 8 directions of movement. Because when you think about it, that's just about every game ever. That's Zelda, that's Mario in the map, you know. It's just about every game that's isometric. Every isometric game you can think of is sprite based, 8 cardinal directions of movement, you know. So yeah, I want to see if I can get it done. If I can get it done, we're going to start using different engines, because at the moment we're using .NET because it's kind of funny. Because I don't need to make a map, I don't need to make a menu, nothing. I just immediately start spawning soldiers on your desktop, right? But yeah, he's having some strange issues at the moment. So for some reason I can't, like, it says click gives orders. But I think, do you know what? Maybe he couldn't move because he was trying to avoid, you know, he's like, oh, there's another soldier near me. I think that might be, you know, remember how we said that they're like little graphics? I think they might be already overlapping. Fernicar says, that's what Git is. Save scumming. Git was developed by Linus Torvalds to handle Linux collaboration with merging branches and all that. Yeah. It's one of the reasons Comfy UI is so good, if you ask me. Because they embraced the Git. You know? So the hospital collision radius is 70 pixels. Oh, so they're all inside that. They're all stuck inside the thing. They are still blocked. I can select them, but they can't move. All right. So anyway, I'm leaving that there. So quick roundup on the thing. Don't forget, we've got the trainer is up now. So if you want to check that out, it's on the Mushroom Fleet in the repos, if it ever loads. So we have context, we have DJZ WAN replicate WebUI, which does training in super fast training, and it's good quality too, with a replicate key. And then we also have the FAL API for the VO3 as well. So there you are. You just download it, npm install, npm run. Just add your key to the env file and you're away. Now I'm hoping to add an image to video section for this, and I was thinking about adding some special effects, but I think what's going to end up happening is we'll end up with a unified multi, you know what I mean? So instead of it just being like one thing for one thing, I'll have like a front end where you pick oh, I want to do WAN, I want to do VO, I want to do whatever, and then different cards for different things, loading up pages that are similar, yeah? With like, you have like a config where you can put in your various API keys, and it's just all, I want to unify it, but I always build like little bits of things, and then we'll put them together later, piece by piece. So I think that's pretty much everything I've got to show you today. So don't forget, Captioneer is now available as an GitHub page. So you don't need to go to my website anymore to do your video and image dataset curation. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. It's always a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock as usual. Don't miss. And I'll see you next time.